Dude, this song is such a banger. Like, what? This is so good. How have I not heard this song before? Or have I? And I'm too dumb to realize it. There's a, hang on. It's a little loud. There's a wandering trader in the base. He's garbage. Blue ice, that's pretty good. I'll go get some emeralds for this blue ice. Actually, I can do it, like, right here. No, that's bottles of enchanting. Do I not have emeralds in here? Am I just an idiot? I could have sworn I had emeralds in here. Freaking guess not. Anyway, For Poppy, James, Clawley, Miss Castle, JPS, Bald Baby, E. Jones, W. Outlaw, there was an Enderman in my base, the Yolk, Hexadin, Ooskall, thank you for being here at the top of the stream, I appreciate you very much. There's a llama behind this chest, did you see it? It was there, it existed. Emeralds, that's what I came for. Where'd he go? Wandering trader! Miko is Soto? Is Cito? Hello? Okay. We'll buy all this. And then we murder him? Yeah. Where do you think the other llama went? Anyway, so we have some plans for something that we want to build today. I was thinking about it a lot over the weekend, and I was like, man, I really should try to do more big... Like, I said this whenever we started streaming again, like, last week, and I was like, we should do some bigger builds. Just some more, because whenever you look at this world, and I'm like, oh, I have 1,100 hours in this world, and it's like, most of that has been dedicated to redstone design and engineering and hard mechanical work. I haven't really done much in the way of aesthetics. Now, that's not to say that I haven't done any aesthetics at all. But it is to say that there is not... We don't have any, like, grand projects to show for the 1,100 hours that are in this world. I mean, that looks pretty big, but, like, real talk, that's not that big. And it's same thing with the slab project that's going on here. Like, while these two things are objectively larger projects, they are not the grand projects that I think are the most interesting. To that end, something that I've wanted to do in Minecraft for a long time. I mean, the Nether Hub, yeah, but like, I don't know what to populate with the Nether Hub, right? It's just kind of a giant castle wall, with a totally barren interior. Like, what am I supposed to do with this? The outside looks sick. Like, nobody in the world is gonna be like, no, Nims, that looks dumb. No, everybody in the world's like, dude, that's a sick castle you built in the Nether, man. That's a sick castle. But, like, I don't know what to do with this castle. It's just, like, really just a shield or a wall to protect me from ghasts when I immediately zone into the Nether. It's not particularly useful or interesting, right? So, longtime viewers will know that I've always wanted to build a giant hall of faces or a Hall of Many Faces, or the House of Black and White. This is a Game of Thrones reference. So in Game of Thrones, spoilers, there's a group of assassins. What they do is they... What just happened in this soundtrack? Did we just hear a chicken die? It got me so spooked. Anyway, so in Game of Thrones, there's this group of assassins. They're I don't remember what they're called. Many-face assassin. I don't remember. So anyway, their whole shtick is like, they basically give assisted suicide services to people in the Game of Thrones world. And then the people that they give assisted suicide services to, they cut off their face using like blood magic and put it in a giant, it's very dark. It's very dark. And then they cut off their face using blood magic, and then they like store it in a giant like creepy mausoleum of faces. And then the assassins could then receive contracts to like go kill such important political figure, and then they go grab like, oh, I'm gonna grab this face of a servant from that kingdom, and then I'm gonna sneak my way, and then by putting on this like blood magicked face, they can sneak their way into the kingdom as that person, and then, you know, fulfill the contract of murdering political figure, right? I don't want my uses to be so dark and nefarious. That is pretty dark. What I would like to do is, instead of like blood, murder, sacrifice, assassin, dark magics, I would like to build a giant house, warehouse, mausoleum, big spooky building sort of thing, that is the Hall of Many Faces. To be a... I'm gonna give myself access to commands like give, nims, blah, blah, blah. And I'm gonna give myself player heads associated with people that have supported the stream. So the Hall of Many Faces in this world will not be some big spooky blood magic, evil, bad guy kind of thing. It will instead be a cool place to put player heads of all of the people that have supported me and supported the stream, and etc, etc, etc. I figured that like we'll have some like thing of how to get added to the Hall of Many Faces, and I'll put it as everything from like a dollar amount to even just channel points, is kind of what I'm thinking. Excuse you, phone. Could you go on mute? Much better. So we'll do everything from like people that have like financially supported the stream with their dollars, and all the way out to like people that have just watched for a long time with channel points. So the first thing that I want to do is here. Let me give you an idea of what it kind of looks like. So here are two reference screenshots that I have pulled up. So we're gonna look at these. Desktop. Yeah, look at that. Okay, so this is kind of what the outside looks like. I want to jazz it up way more than this. It is very plain as we see it here. That's kind of boring, but like I still want this like giant structure. Yeah, a giant structure just looming out over the landscape, the top of it getting like that like atmospheric fog when something is really far away or really high up. I want like kind of how we see this being so high up, and it just kind of, the atmospheric fog kicks in. I don't know if I want it to be like 200 blocks tall. That's kind of ridiculous. But something that is just like, when you walk up to it, it's just like, oh my god, right? And then, you know, this like really brutalistic kind of architecture. I realized that I needed one more reference screenshot. Oh, here's what the front door looks like. This is such a tiny screenshot, but it's called the House of Black and White, inside of the Game of Thrones universe. So the front door is like black and white. I think that is a neat aesthetic. So if we have this like giant, like foreboding structure with like the only, and we can make this, and this isn't like a 6-foot door, right? These are like, we're gonna make those doors like 20 blocks tall. And I think instead of having them open like doors, I think what we do is we have a flying machine either emerge and retract into the ground or emerge and retract into the ceiling. So it either goes like chunk 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 and then opens upwards, or chunk 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 and opens downward. So anyway, you have this structure with like these giant doors, and you can see there's a person here for scale. So imagine this person's a smaller girl, a younger girl. So imagine she's like 4 foot tall, maybe 5 foot tall. And so you can see that this is like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90 feet tall, give or take. And so 90 feet tall in Minecraft terms is like, a block is supposed to be 3 foot, right? Because Steve is 6 feet tall, and that means that a block is 3 feet tall, right? I'm using an architectural reference for building, right? Admittedly, this structure isn't particularly complex, but still. They're raising the skybox in the next update. That doesn't matter. I still want that like atmospheric fog to happen. That's all I want. Anyway, let me stand somewhere kind of safe. So yeah, black and white door that goes either on, that is mounted to a flying machine that either goes chug 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 into the roof or chug 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 into the floor. The floor is probably going to be way easier for mounting like the mechanism to hold said flying machine, right? Because it's gonna have to have like hella, I mean, it's gonna be slime honey, slime honey, slime honey, and then we're probably going to have like blackstone on the left side and then maybe quartz on the right. Yeah, I'm using for quartz for aesthetics. I know, it's wild. Yeah, blackstone on the left, quartz on the right, and then mount it to a slime honey alternating flying machine. 2 block scale for the girl. All Minecraft players are 2 blocks tall. Exactly. That's kind of what I'm thinking. So even still, like if she's 2 blocks tall, and this is 90. That makes her how many? It'd be 90 divided by 5. What was that? I'm an idiot. 18. So that would be 18 blocks tall. Does not feel big enough. We're gonna have to wing it, because that. No, it's 18. Hang on. There were 18 instances of her. And okay, it should be 36, because there are 18 instances of her to get up to that height. and then you would have, and then you're basically dividing her in half, which is the same thing here as multiplying by 2, so it would be 36 blocks tall. That is not nearly big enough. So, like, we're gonna have to really ramp this thing up. I also look at the detail in some of these pillars, and, like, just this main pillar, I think should be, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Probably 9 blocks wide. Because if you look at the recessed area of that pillar, the only way that we're going to be able to get that kind of detail in Minecraft is just full blocks. So this is a block that protrudes out, and then this is a recessed block. So out, recessed, out, recessed, out, recessed. That's the only way that we're going to be able to build that sort of detail in a design like this. I'd highly recommend sketching this out in a creative world first. Nah. Remember the weird kid who tried to make you the skin at the beginning of quarantine? That was me. I lost my account info and stuff. So does setting you for 3 days spamming your Discord with heads qualify me into this? I don't know. We haven't decided. Okay, so here's what the interior is going to look like. So you can kind of see the faces here, and so this is the sort of concept. And now that we have like candles and stuff, and we can have like giant chandeliers, it's gonna be very spooky. I think I'll probably roll with, what's the purpose? Big new building or capping the current base? A hall to put people that have supported the stream. It is a supporter shout out hall. So like all new subs are gonna go in here. Anyone that donates is definitely going in here. Basically, any type of money immediately gets you a spot. And then I want to have like people that contribute a lot to the community. So I'm thinking like Uskal here, right? Because she contributes a lot to the community with like art and stuff. And I think that's very cool and should also have a shout out and a spot. Or like, I know that there's 26 people watching right now, and I know that some of you are just lurkers, and that's fine too. I still want to shout you out because you're still supporting the stream by being here. So all I would want from like a lurker is for them to redeem channel points at some point, you know, after this build is done, hold your channel points, to redeem channel points, and then you will also get a place position in the Hall of Faces. Quick everyone, cancel sub and resub, lol. Hydrate. I do have my water bottle right here, and I've been talking a lot, so I will hydrate, but I'm not doing it because of the command, because that command is being retired. So like this is the idea. If you look, some of these columns are circular. I'm not gonna do that. I think that the pillars on the inside are likely to be... So if we look at this, I want block, face, and I want it to be 3 blocks wide. So... Okay, let's go back to Minecraft. Let's go back to Minecraft and get some rough sketching done. And I also need to find a spot where we can just build at this scale, right? Because, like, the front of the building, looking at this one more time, the front of the building is probably going to be, if this pillar is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 blocks wide. So then you have 9 blocks wide here, 9 blocks wide here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 9, 9, 18 plus 14. 18 plus 14 is 32. Just these 4 pillars here is a minimum of 32 blocks wide. If we then extrapolate what like the width of these pillars are against the rest of the build, which I think is how we are going to determine scale for the record. We know that these pillars are 32 blocks wide. It seems, or 16 blocks wide per side. I think that 16, 32, 48. Maybe we go like 60 or 70 blocks as our halfway point, which means that like, say it's 60 blocks from the inside of this pillar to the edge of the building, 60 blocks. So then you have 120 blocks to mirror it, plus X number of blocks for the gap in between. So we're probably looking at a build of 150 blocks wide, give or take. And so that will probably be our scale. And then the interior of this building, like I said, will be populated with these pillars. And we'll just kind of figure that out once the exterior is done. Yeah. Yeah. So, like, let me grab a couple of building blocks real quick. So the first idea is like the pillar, right? And like, look at this storage room. It's so dinky. I build on such small scales. Okay, so for the pillar that is going to have the faces in it, let's just say that, like, yeah, is this a fine spot to just put a freaking random pillar? Yeah, this would be okay. Okay, so we want an exterior to the pillar. We want, like, hang on, let's look at the reference. An exterior, okay, I see. So it kind of does like this thing, right? And then it would go recessed out, recessed out, recessed out, corner, recessed out, recessed out, recessed out, corner, recessed out, recessed out, recessed out, corner, recessed out, recessed out, recessed out, corner. And then, of course, the base of this pillar is actually going to be, it's going to come out, you know, another block in order to give this, like, lip effect. And then we'll probably surround the base with candles. And then we'll have, like, this ring. And we're not going to do, like, this 3 to 2. Minecraft doesn't like it whenever you change from odds to evens. We all know that. Like, at the very, very soon into this build, I'm going to have to determine if it's odds or evens. And given that the doors look even, or like mirrored, it's going to have to be evens. So we're building to evens. But, like, it's not the worst thing in the world. You can mix odds and evens sometimes. We'll just, if it gets to be weird with the pillars, the path in the middle will be evens, but the pillars might be odd. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, the pillars might be odd. But the exterior of the building is likely to be even. Yeah, just due to how the doors are going to line up. So then we'd go for something, obviously not building this out of cobbles or stone either. Excuse you. And so we'd have, this is like a midsection. What we're building right now is basically like, I just super zoomed. Excuse me, is basically like right here. This section of the pillar. We're not doing the base yet. We're not doing the top yet. We're kind of doing this like middle section with the 3 faces. And so then it'd go like face, 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 right? And then would we have a thing here? And then it would do it again? I need scaffolding. And so this would go up again. And again. I wonder if this is too busy. Like, there's too much depth here. We'll see. And then imagine, like, instead of torches, it's faces in there, right? Do I have any mob heads just lying around? You could always use walls to make the recessed bits less deep. Well, the recessed bits are where the faces go. Do I have any mob heads? Where can I get a mob head real quick? Or something that's roughly the same size and shape as a mob head. What, it's literally creepers blowing up stuff, or... Out of curiosity, do you ever plan to fix a hole under your base? Yeah, you missed it. We've been working on it. Like, this got carved out, we're gonna make a basement, and then we're gonna put a platform around the base of the base. Yeah, something like that. But we're carving out the basement. We're gonna put in some water elevators. And then we're going to put, like, basically think a skirt. You know how, like, houses or, like, mobile homes will have skirts off of them to help? Yeah, that's basically what we're gonna do. Anyway. What was I doing? I need mob heads. Potted plants could work? Okay. I'm thinking. Is there anything else? I don't want to use potted plants either. I should really make, like, just a mob head farm. And everybody's okay if I use commands to spawn in player heads, right? Like, that's not breaking the... Oh, maybe a lantern could work. That's very comparable. That's not ruining the, like, overall integrity of hardcore, is it? I don't think so. Where the hell do I put lanterns? Oh, there they are. Okay. So this is where the player heads would go. So you just have, like, face, 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 face. Oh, I like that. Placing them down. Hang on. No, don't connect to the ceiling, you idiot. I mean, it'd be kind of like that, but then imagine instead of just homogeneous lanterns, it's just face, 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 face. And it's also built out of a darker block. I don't know what block this should be. The room has a very blue vibe to it, which makes me not want to use candles. It makes me want to use, like, what are the torches that glow blue? What are those called? That's what it makes me want to do. Do you get witherheads from killing Wither in vanilla? Yeah, you could get witherheads from Wither Skeleton, but, like, that's gonna take me, like, an hour just to go get, like, 2 or 3 heads. You could also get charged creepers, and then use your charged creepers to get zombie, skeleton, and creeper heads, I believe. Yeah, so I think there are 4 heads that you can get in vanilla Minecraft. And that is wither skeleton, skeleton, zombie, creeper. And those are the 4 legitimate heads that you can get. I mean, I could also just do it that way and just say, like, hey, if you want to be in the Hall of Faces, choose what head you want. You want to be a wither skeleton, a creeper, a zombie, or a skeleton. And that might be easier because it might, like, simplify the process. Yeah, there definitely needs to be some depth on this. I mean, to me, depth looks like, some stairs. Let's try some stairs. Map art for each one. That's not gonna happen. There's a 0% that I map art each individual person. At that point, it's like, you want custom map art, then you're gonna pay me hourly based on how long it takes to go build your pixel art. I mean, that's a little bit more depth. We should probably still do something with, like... Yeah, we're gonna have to use a lot of stairs in the build. I just don't know how to get this, like, nuanced depth here. Not in this space. Yeah, custom pixel art, I agree, it sounds like a nightmare. If you were to do that, Witherhead should be higher prestige since it would probably be less common. Honestly, I think Witherheads are probably the easier thing because I'm thinking about farming, right? Witherheads are going to be easy for me at some point. I haven't built the machine yet, but at some point Witherhead should be very easy because we just build a system very similar to the dog grinder system that we have in this base, but we do it with wither skeletons. Because the dogs kill the withers, they count as a player kill, which means the withers will drop their wither heads, which means I could just go AFK overnight, and then boom, I have a double chest full of wither heads. Whereas getting zombie, creeper, and skeleton heads, I will have to make a charged creeper farm, and then I'll have to make a darkroom farm that funnels mobs into the charged creeper farm, then somehow find a way to safely blow up the charged creeper, killing those mobs and collecting their heads. Wither skeletons is gonna be the easy thing. The charged creeper exploding zombie creeper skeletons, that's gonna be complicated. Yeah, I'd also be very happy if this place was dark as hell. The only light coming from, like, the torches on the ground immediately surrounding the pillar. I think that the floor could also just be built out of slabs, so that way, like bottom slabs, so mobs can't spawn, of course. And then... yeah, and then at the base of the pillar is the only light inside this room, and it is the soul torches. Yeah, that's definitely the choice. let's go. How do you make soul torches? Hang on. Soul torch Minecraft. Isn't that what they're called? This. I want this. Yeah, it's a soul torch. Ah, soul sand. Does soul sand come from bartering? The world is full survival, so commands wouldn't exactly fit in. Yeah, it's really, I don't want to ruin the, like, integrity of the world. Nope, this is the wrong way. If someone joins the stream and is like, wow, this world is so cool, did you build all of this in survival? I don't want them to be like, oh, but then how did you get player heads? Oh, well, then it's not survival. If you cheated to get player heads, how else did you cheat? And then I have to be like, I didn't cheat any other ways. I just used it to get player heads. And then they're like, okay, sure you did, buddy. I don't want to have that, like, that conversation, you know? Maybe it also would encourage new types of farms. Let's sleep real quick. Maybe it would encourage new types of farms as well, because again, I don't typically build mob head farms because they have no purpose in the game. They literally, it's fireworks and aesthetics. That's it. Which fireworks are aesthetic as far as I'm concerned. Okay, torches and... Okay, I need 6 and coal. I should have hella sticks off the tree farm. Don't have that many sticks left. And then coal. Where would coal come from? Oh, tree farm as well. Can't you hit creepers with flint and steel to light them? I mean, yes, but that's not the issue. I have to lightning rod, mega charged creeper. Okay, rephrase. Come on, Enderman. Yeah, there we go. Come get it. I have to lightning farm. No. I have to build a creeper farm. Then I have to build a... I have to build a way to convert those creepers into charged creepers via lightning. Then I have to add zombies, creepers, skeletons to those charged creepers, and then get the charged creepers to safely explode. So it's like creeper farm into lightning charged creeper farm into darkroom mob farm, sort zombies, skeletons, creepers, move zombies, skeletons, creepers into charged creeper blast area, safely detonate charged creeper. Like it's like a process. Okay, anyway. I'm gonna put these reference photos on another monitor. And try to just wing this real quick. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and add that like base now. I want to see what this could really look like. Yeah, so let's pull this down. All but that top block, because that's kind of our reference scale point, I think. Am I getting ahead of myself by working on the pillar? I need to work on the outside before I work on the inside, right? Is this backwards? It might be. I want to make a pillar, though. I just want to make a pillar. You can fight me if you want. I'm making a damn pillar. I need slabs. I have slabs, I have stairs, I have blocks. So this is just gonna be like the proof of concept pillar, right? So yeah, cool. So then we have a base, which looks like it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it'd be 2 blocks wider than that. So it needs to be an 11 by 11 base. Rounded. So that's 9 diagonal. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And see how I'm like clipping the corner? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I started at 2, so that was actually 9. I'm just dumb. Get the pillar first, then you can figure out the size of the building. Alright. Yeah, I got into a conversation with a friend the other day about like the way that thoughts form in your brain. I don't. So whenever you think to yourself, do you think in? I'm kind of asking you, the nebulous audience. When you think to yourself, do you verbalize each thought in your head? Like, do you say in your mind, I need to go to the grocery store today and buy eggs? Or does like a slideshow of images flash in your brain and you see eggs, grocery store, money being like traded? I am definitely the latter. I see a slideshow. It kind of feels like bubbles passing in front of my mind's eye. It's kind of like bubbles passing in front of my mind's eye, and so I see this like slideshow of things, and that is how I'm like, oh, I need to go put gas in the car today. I don't actually say in my brain, oh, I need to put gas in the car. I see a series of like images or a bubble that's like gas, car, money. And like, then I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, the car needs gas. I should do that. And so whenever you tell me that like I need to get some mob heads, I don't say I need to get mob heads. I see a slideshow of mob heads, creeper farm, lightning creepers, moving mobs, zombie creeper skeleton, blowing them up, flint and steel, flint and steel. Do I dispenser flint and steel? Do I player use flint and steel? Like I see what are those old clicky things that like fucking you look up to like a light source and then you like click the shutter on the side and it's like a reel of like images, and they're frequently used for either children or like travel things. There. Wait, slabs are better in this, right? No, it's stairs that are better in this. That's a 1-to-2 ratio, and this is also a 1-to-2 ratio. A slide projector. Yeah, that's kind of what it's like for me to think. Is I just see like slide projectors, but it's not really images. I can't like the running joke was, can you rotate 3D objects in your brain? I like kind of. But okay, so this is kind of what I'm thinking. Here's the base of like a pillar. And then we have some torches that like scatter the outside of it and kind of haphazardly lit up, but in such a way that it still prevents mobs from spawning, because this is slabs. And the rest of the thing is going to be, but the pillar is going to be full blocks as bases, so that way we can place torches on it. So the torches have to look good as well as prevent mob spawns from this area. My thinking, okay, let me catch up. Get the pillar for, oh yeah, I read that. My thinking has like stages. There's a thought that is a pure concept, then it gets translated into a verbal thought. Interesting. The thing with me is like I'm quick to think but slow to verbalize, because everything happens in an image or like what did you say, a slide projector. I form my thoughts almost instantly, but then I have to translate them to words. So describe a picture to me. Again, I don't think in pictures, but it's the closest way that I could describe what is actually happening in my brain. I need more of you. Do I have more? Nope. Okay, we can make some more. So then try to describe a picture to me. So, and that takes time, especially a picture or a concept that only exists in your brain. I don't have the words ready to go because I don't think in words. So I almost immediately know what I want to say, but it takes me so freaking long to take that like picture and translate it into words that you could then understand and consume. Okay, so we want a pillar. This should probably, let's build this out of like black stone, just so it looks visually different and breaks this cobblestone up, or the stone brick. Yeah, brick. We don't want this anymore. I want hella black stone. So is that gonna be here? Ooh, this does give us some nice depth too, because we have like cracked blackstone, we have polish. Yeah, we've got a lot that we could do here. We could do the polished blackstone. We could even add in some blackstone, regular blackstone slabs. We'd also try basalt, but basalt doesn't have variants like blackstone does. We've got chiseled blackstone. Okay, I need to go back to the nether and just grab hella blackstone, it seems. Okay, let's bail on the dirt. Let's bail on some stuff that we just don't need. Did I put that? No. I turned too soon. There's a thought that is pure concept, and then it gets translated into a verbal thought. I mean, that's kind of how it works for me, but that verbal thought stage only happens whenever I'm interacting with another person, because I can't just like telepathically communicate to them like, hey, here's my brain picture bubble thing. That's obsidian. Where's blackstone? Here's my brain picture bubble thing. Figure it out. I have to, like, do that before I try to... Before... I can't just telepathically communicate them to the other person, my thoughts or ideas. I have to, like, translate them into words and then say the words, right? Let's sleep. Deep slate? What is deep slate? Does deep slate have stair variants? Okay, so all of this blackstone. Do I have to smelt it? Okay, interesting. No. I don't think so. Okay, cool. Blackstone doesn't require anything. I could just make it into whatever the hell I want with pretty much no limitation. That's sick. Let's put these lanterns back. We don't need them anymore. I really shouldn't be carrying all these golden carrots on me. We'll just shove them in there. I think that's fine. Anything else in my inventory that's redundant? These extra torches are. I do want more scaffolding. Everything else looks pretty good, though. So some variants of, like, cracked and polished. I wish that there was a way to, like, absent-mindedly add cracked and polished stuff. Maybe I'll make a macro that while it's enabled, it just spams, like, 7 and 8, right? Just to swap back and forth between these two, so then I'm just like, place. And then it swaps, and so every time it places, it automatically swaps to the other thing. That way I get, like, true random. And true random doesn't really look random to humans, and then I can just go back and clean it up and make it look real random. Okay, so this should be like 3 blocks tall. Okay, I'm not going to worry about the super true random right now. At NIMS, you can fill your entire hotbar and then just scroll while you're placing. Oh, that's not a bad idea. Maybe it's a little too risky. Why does my shift keep failing? Oh, whatever keybind that is, my game, it releases shift. That's good to know. Yeah, no joke. Okay. That's kind of the base, I think. That might be too tall. I gotta look up why my shift key failed, though. It's definitely something with IQ. Desktop. Let's see. It'd be here. Actions. It's my 1, 2, and 3 key. It just doesn't like. Okay, we'll just make these like 7, 8, 9 or something. Yeah. Number keys 7. Number keys 8. Number keys 9? Where is it? Number keys 9. Okay. Close. Options, controls. 7, 8, 9. Done. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Anyway, is this still too... This might need to be bigger, because this is just what? 9 wide? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This might need to be a block wider. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna grab... Oh, you never go there. You go there. We make this a little bigger. I think that's right. So every edge should now be 2 out. Yeah. Okay. Let's expand this base a little bit. Quick craft a full stack, but I don't want more than that. Some like pseudo random edging here. Yeah, it's fine. I don't care that much. Okay, so then this all needs to be scooted out by 1. And we're going to do it a little different this time. Start with the brand with a concept bubble. Yeah, that's concept bubble. That's a great way. Then I still verbalize it on my own. I'll have a full-blown conversation in my brain. Interesting. So, wrapping this all the way back around to why this originally came up. Whenever you say that we're going to be... somebody had mentioned getting mob heads and talked about the difference between wither skeletons and what have you. Whenever I see a project, I see the entirety of it. Just all at once. It can be overwhelming, and that's why I sometimes run into... Candy Rabbits calls it executive dysfunction, where I see the whole project and it overwhelms me, and I just don't want to do it because I know what the beginning, middle, and end are going to be like, and it's just too much. I didn't make stairs. It's fine. We're only going to go up 2 blocks this time, and then the 3rd block is going to be stairs. Okay. Stairs are better in this. Is there a faster way to place my stairs inward? We also will need to figure out a spot somewhere in this world where we can just build this. Okay. Yeah, that's stairs. And then we want to go in a block. And this is the bottom row of where the faces will start. So then it's, it'd be like a face here, here, here? Right? And then we have a 2-block edge something. Okay, James, listen here. I think that, building in hardcore is still more interesting. Oh, I should get... Are there Blackstone walls? What up, Eltrian? Hell yeah. Can you make a wall in this thing? You sure can. Is it more efficient? It's 1-to-1, whereas 6-to-6. So it's the same thing. So literally the only thing that a stonecutter is good for is stairs. That's not gonna work. I'm an idiot. Yeah, it's a funny joke, but listen here. I don't need your sass. Give or take, right? Oh, yeah, of course, I can't do that. Yeah, give or take. Each one has progressively got higher. No. Bro, what is this Minecraft music? This is supposed to be some Minecraft soundtrack playlist. Like, what's happening? Son of a... Dang it. The Stonecutter's better if you want to be precise with your numbers. What if I don't want to be precise? I'm inside of it! I can't shift because I'm in it. Blah, 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 blah. There we go. How did I do it the first time on that one? Yeah, I think the trend continued. Nope. Okay. And of course we're gonna have to do something to like break up the black and give it some depth. I'm prepared to add color to this. It'll probably be like basalt or something like that. Something very still dark but not the same type of dark. That's what I'm here for, James. I mean, it kind of looks like this beginning of a pillar. Okay, so... Well, we need a thing behind them. Right? Yeah, for sure. And this, oh yeah, this is what the heads will actually be mounted on. So we'll just pillar this all the way up. about Dark Prismarine. It's dark, but the color. Oh yeah, Dark Prismarine's probably killer for this. It's like, look at that coloration. God, that means that we're gonna have to make a Guardian farm soon. Rocket's going 6. Okay, what should it be? Should it be like 2 sets of, or like, should it be 6 heads? So that'd be a 3x2 and then a break? I guess we just gotta visualize it, huh? Stairs, blap, 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 right? This song is so hype. Where is this in the Minecraft playlist? It's called Alpha. What the hell is Alpha in the game? Gotta be from dungeons. That's fair, yeah. At least my shift key is not failing now. Alright, so this is a 2x3 section, and this is kind of what I'm thinking. So right off the bat, my immediate knee-jerk reaction is that the overall size, shape, and structure of this pillar looks good. What I don't like is that it's just a sea of black. I can't tell one thing from another thing. I have no context here. So we should take that block off though, and this part should be 1 block lower. That's one thing I notice. Yeah, that's significantly better. We're definitely gonna have to like add color to this, and so I think that Dark Prismarine is probably a good idea because it's just a sea of darkness, right? I can't see the perspective of what's happening. You know what? I don't know if that makes any sense what I'm trying to say here, but it's so uniform. I can't see the depth. The second thing that I notice is it should go up 1. This base here feels too small. It feels like the base of this pillar is very short. Deep slate. What about deep slate and stuff in the mix to get some grays? I know there are a lot of darker palette blocks added this update. What is deep slate? Deep slate Minecraft. Rephrase. Where do you get deep slate from? Remember the size and the scale that we are building at? Is deep slate something that can be infinitely renewable in great blocks per hour? Because like if I can't get hella deep slate, then I don't want it. I don't want it. Like Prismarine is good because I could go build a Guardian farm and then get like hella dark Prismarine. Not a problem. Blackstone is good because I have the bartering farm inside the Nether and get hella Blackstone. How do you get deep slate? Deep slate is new cobble, so I just have to go mining for it. How do you? But can you? that doesn't answer if it's like infinitely obtainable. It's just a new cobble, so I'd have to go manually mining. So every 1 block mined is 1 block placed. Okay. Probably gonna pass on the deep slate. Should I fill this hole in? Yeah, because I really don't want to explore new terrain until 1.18 either. Yeah. Looking at this, I do think that because we're going to be walking around. I'll just jump in. Bring a beacon and you're done? I disagree. Do I have any more slabs? Hello? I'm gonna be walking around this thing with like this perspective, right? I'm gonna walk, hang on, actually. Right, because the whole floor of this place is gonna be. So this is kind of what the height that I will stand on. Let's go get more. Ah, didn't mean to fall. Okay, so I would go walking through this structure with like, this is my perspective, right? Now look, does the height of the faces is nice because I would see the faces as I walked by, right? Without having to crane upwards. The problem is the height of the, and like this could come out a little bit, maybe that'll help give it some depth. And we could like scatter a couple more torches along this thing. Let's see how that feels. Hang on. This is a song I recognize. Like, maybe it's not quite so uniform. And again, here's our reference image. Hang on, let me take a step back. And again, instead of it being lanterns, here, it'll be like mob heads or something. Deep Slate is a touch harder to get. Hopefully they add a farmable option. Okay. It's not it's not Instamine with efficiency 5 and haste 2? Jeez. Yeah, I definitely don't want to do that then. Using variants of Blackstone would probably help too. Fair. We could try. You could definitely see that like it's getting there. We're finding it. It could help if we had Prismarine, and it definitely help if I had some Blackstone variant. Let's take a nap real quick. Get it back to daytime, and then I'm gonna add in some like Blackstone variants to it. Maybe the base should be like a different thing, because if we go back to that reference, it does look whiter, and maybe this is just because it's like lit up by the candles here. Yeah, it's definitely because it's lit up by the candles, because look at the texture consistency here. However, oh, the front pillar is different from each of the other pillars. Like, look, this pillar and the rest of the pillar are all different. I didn't notice that before. Still, I think it results to the same thing. We're not going to make them different. It's just going to be like 6 of these pillars deep. Like, imagine just like boom, 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 6 deep, and then like maybe 4 wide. So like a 4x6 of just these pillars, and they're like, how many faces tall? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Maybe we should count from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16. Yeah, 16 faces tall. Oh, you can see it pretty clearly right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 16. 16 faces tall. 100%. So, like, if we were to go 16 faces tall, this pillar, I mean, already looking at this, is going to be massive. My main problem with Blackstone is Twitch compression just makes it look so flat. It works in the nether because the fog helps give contrast. I mean, that's true. I mean, dark prismarine is a thing, but like, I don't know if that's going to work that well. Thinking. I don't know. The first thing that I want to do is replace some of the blocks, especially the blocks along the base, with just regular old Blackstone. Nether. I wonder if like basalt would work. How have I never touched basalt? Oh, there's a new polished basalt. Just curious what it looks like. A spider hisses. Hello? Oh, what up, spider? I actually don't hate the basalt. Is basalt infinitely generatable? Yes, it's the ice lava thing, right? I forget, do you have a basalt generator? No, but like conceptually it's the same thing as a cobblestone generator, right? So we could just, inside of our nether castle, just build one. Lord, it almost feels like we need to go find a second skeleton generator, build another experience farm, and then build another set of AFK farms off of that one. Because like basalt, a basalt generator I think would work well with like mending, infinite mining basalt. I think that the new tree farm also wants a whatchamacallit, skeleton grinder. Man, just projects. We need to go build the ocean guardian farm, and I think that we do want to find another skeleton spawner so that way we can make another AFK room for things like basalt. Anyway, what if we like went up here? I made it fall. Do another AFK grinder, try to do a Wither Skelly AFK farm. I mean, that technically would work. We could do it in the Nether. Yeah. Okay, hang on. Let's take that basalt all the way up. I believe that what I want to do is possible in the Nether, or what we're describing. I don't hate it, actually. The stair break off was purty? What do you mean? I think that we need like a yeah, I think that we should have a break, but if you, again, moving back to the reference piece, every number of faces, there's like a lip, right? So we're definitely going to have, you can see it here in the back design, you can see it here in the front one. This is a square pillar, the rest are all cylindrical. We're trying to homogenize the two. Regardless, a consistency between them is they have a lip after a number of faces. Do we go 6 faces up? Do we go 2 faces up? Do we go... We'll figure that out. But we know that there's going to be a lip somewhere. And we know that there's probably going to be 2 lips. Right? So you've got a short one, then a middle one here, then you've got a high one and a... Right. So we're definitely going to have some sort of lip in this. How do you This is something I've always struggled with. When you're at the top of scaffolding, how do you place it down? Oh, you gotta like hold shift and spacebar at the same time. That's weird. Input heavy. Looking at the reference piece, it almost looks like we want a set of stairs. Why did I get a little limp jump out of that? It almost kind of feels like we want to do something like this. And then this would continue around and we'd have a block, I don't know, here of something like that, maybe. This might kind of kill some of the rounding that we're doing to give it like a smoother corner. I don't know. Didn't mean to fall. Before we go back up, since we're down on the ground anyway, that is a very prominent lip. That is way too strong of a lip. How do we create a more subtle lip? They made to do it again. Yeah, we're not going to do the 3 then 2. We're not going to change like the number of faces. We have to reimagine this for like Minecraft limitations. Walls? Ooh, walls around might be a good idea. We'll try it, we'll try it. That's all the walls I have. Hang on. Oh, yeah. Okay. I forgot the height. We'll wing it. Right? It'd be Blackstone behind it, I think. Probably. It actually looks like it would be Blackstone alternated. Yeah, so this would be every other one of these would be... We're only going to build 2 faces of this for the record, because, like, that's all we need in order to get an idea of size and scale. Not really the biggest fan of random links being dropped in chat. I'm not going to click that, and I am going to purge that message. Oh. There we go. Just for 1 second. I don't want the random link in chat. We don't need soul torches anymore. Well, let's dump those. Or at least we don't need this many. 1 stack will do us fine. We want more basalt. Do I quickly and easily have more basalt? No, I don't. Do we have it somewhere in the nether? We should. Oh, was that an actual bad link? Well, I appreciate you then. Okay, we have some. Did we use basalt in the castle? I don't actually know if we did or not. That was pretty smooth. Okay. Didn't mean to do that. Right? I think that's right. Yeah. And then we gotta go into the back of it. Yeah. There they are. I was looking for my lanterns. I wanted to put them in it. The Hall of Faces from Game of Thrones, girlfriend. Yeah, that's far enough in order to get the sense of size and scale. This is a single pillar that we'll put inside the Hall of Faces. There will be like 20 of the, and this is just the base. This thing is gonna go like, this is what, we're maybe 20 blocks up. This is probably gonna be like 100 blocks tall. And the lanterns aren't actually going to be lanterns. They're going to be either mob heads or player heads. We haven't decided if player heads is cheating or not. I think that looks pretty good. I'm gonna go get more ender pearls. I want to build this up a little bit more. Your main base is a modern Castle Rock, after all. Yeah, Castle Rock. I don't understand. What do I need? I need walls. I've got some. I need basalt. I've got plenty. Blackstone. I have it. And then stairs. Okay, we need more polyblackstone stairs. Oh, Casterly Rock. That's the home of the Lannisters. There's a Casterly. That's yeah. I was confused because I'm just like Castle Rock. What is Castle Rock? It's Casterly. Okay, I think this looks pretty good so far, and we could in the reference material, it's the candles are very uniform. I don't think that we're gonna do that. I think that would look too unnatural in Minecraft. I think that like staggered candles and like staggered blocks like this, in such a way that doesn't really interfere with the player movement, because I'm really big on like mechanics and player movement and stuff like that, but still like getting in some like this, getting them staggered out, getting them broken up, I think breaks the expectation of Minecraft to just be hard squares. And I think that we could even do stuff like this and have it built up in some spots, to also break apart the mold or expected base against the bottom. Does this make sense? And ultimately leveling out to like an area that the player can walk freely and smoothly through. But like around the base of this, it doesn't necessarily have to be. Right? I think that gives it a lot more. This is a pillar. That is some weight. That's what that like this staggered floor to me says. It says this thing is heavy. That's how I feel when I look at it. This staggered floor within the clean pillar going up. I feel heavy looking at this. I don't know if that makes any sense, but like that's what it makes me feel. I think it looks good. So how do we break? Should we have another row here, and then this is our first set of faces? And then let's just go... How much basalt do we have? We have like 3.5 stacks. Is that what I see? Yeah, about 3.5. And so we have, how many basalt pillars are we doing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. So how do we get 8 out of 3.5? How many open inventory slots do I have? I have 7 open inventory slots. That would have been just too convenient if we would have had 8. I'm gonna put one thing up. Do I have any more basalt in here? No. Okay. Okay, so here's how I'm gonna do it. Every stack gets 8, which means that the next one, until we just get to some roughly homogenized number. Yeah, give or take. Yeah, that's pretty even. I think this is looking very cool, actually. I missed. I did it. Okay, I'm very proud of myself. And so I'm just gonna use a stack, then move on to the next pillar and just not even think about it. I'm glad you think so too, James. How does the rest of chat feel about it? Jump. This is a hardcore world where I have 1100 hours, Charo. And then again, imagine like 6 pillars, again with the reference material. This is 1 pillar. We then go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, this is 4 deep at least, maybe more. I want there to be atmospheric fog on the back of the building. And like, looking at how much that means, like, look at those trees over there. Those trees have like the white shading, so do those trees here. That's atmospheric fog, that's what I'm talking about. That tree, that tree, that tree. That might just not be possible. That might be too big, but we could cheat it by going to video settings and lowering the render distance, and then the atmospheric fog is closer now. So, like, there could be an argument of, once we get this thing built, we turn on, like, we use a lower render distance in order to hit that atmospheric fog from a closer distance. That emote is banned. We're going to retire that emote soon. RIP. We're putting it to rest. Old needs more pink is gonna go live on a farm with some very lovely retired gardeners. There's blue atmospheric fog and warped forest. Do you really think it's a good idea to build this in the Nether? I will unsub if that emote goes. This is the person without a sub. But I guess that's the joke. No, it's not a good idea to build it in the Nether, but it'd be a hell of a lot impressive. I just think about, like, the blocks cleared. Like, if we build it here in the overworld, all I have to do is find a spot that's, like, roughly big enough. Basically just a plains somewhere. Right? And that'd be good enough. Hey, Clawley just gifted us sub to Who's Call. Thanks, Clawley. Okay, I need... There's no way I have enough fences. Hang on, let me eat. I feel like I'm playing a dangerous game. I think that's one of the biggest mistakes that people make in Minecraft, is they just don't eat compulsively. Specifically hardcore Minecraft. I take like 5 times as long in the nether. Yeah, that sounds miserable. That fence is just gone forever. Oh, I almost saved it. That would have been sick. Yeah, I don't have another mob switch. I don't have any mob switches. I'm not gonna put a mob switch in the hardcore world. I think that kind of defeats the purpose of hardcore. Which, you know, you could definitely make the argument that using Totems of Undying also defeat the purpose of hardcore. And they're... a mob switch versus a Totem of Undying feels comparable, I admit, in that they are, to obtain them reasonably, is a large build in and of itself. But I just don't feel like it's just different to me. No. No, that pearl's just landed somewhere. Oh, it landed on top. How convenient. Oh, I missed. I'm just trash. A mob switch? A machine that you can build, and I don't know the specifics of how it works, but a machine that you can build that manipulates how the game spawns monsters in such a way that monsters can just no longer spawn. The specifics of how that works, I don't know. I haven't looked into them. But it is literally I mean, it's a redstone build that you could just build where you have a lever that says mobs spawn, lever up for yes, lever down for no. They are very powerful. Okay, so we're just gonna need a hell of a lot of polished blackstone now. Hey, what up, Flame Wheel? How's it going? It sounds like TNT duping kind of BS. Yeah, it's the same thing as like RNG manipulators. I don't know if you guys remember when those were a thing, but they basically could spawn like an iron golem every game tick. So that's 20 iron golems a second. You would just have a literal waterfall of iron golems. Stuff like that, it does not interest me. I like using the game mechanics to handle game mechanics, not using game mechanics to break the game code. So I try to play this very idealized version of Minecraft. There's a concept in D&D, and this is relevant, that is... The rules in Dungeons and Dragons are very nebulous. When you interpret the rules, there are multiple ways that you can do this. You can look at the rules as written and take everything exactly, perfectly, literally. Rules as written, or raw. There is another one that is rules as intended, or RAI. And this is to say, like, did they really mean for a single person to be able to pick up, like, the Empire strength building? Well, rules as written says, a human being could get strong enough to pick up the Empire State Building. But rules as intended, probably not. So we're going to change the rules ever so slightly in order to do what was probably intended for the game, and that's rules as intended. And then there's like rules as Crawford, which is basically just like the guy who wrote the rules coming back and like doing updates later, which isn't relevant to the conversation here. I play Minecraft as RAI, in that I play the game the way, in my interpretation, so it's still subjective, there is still a bias, my interpretation of the game was intended to be played. I do not use things that, and this is why I'm not really a big fan of things like quasi-connectivity, because I don't think it was intended. It was just a side effect of the code being done to make doors work with redstone. So I play Minecraft as this very like intended way. I don't think RNG manipulation is an intended mechanic. I do not think that like mob switches are an intended mechanic. I do not think that, yeah, you get it. So I play the way that I think the game was intended to be played, and not quite the literal best possible way to play the game, if that makes sense. Let's put this back over there. What did I need? I needed more blackstone. RAI is normally my view on the thing. Yeah. RAI, I think, is just a good way to interact with life, because sometimes people say things that are like, you didn't mean that literally, did you? And it's like, no one is perfectly literal with their speech. So then you have to like kind of do your best to interpret things. And it's like, oh, so while you literally said this, you for all intents and purposes, you meant that. And it's like, yeah, that's a better way, because humans are emotional, subjective creatures. We're not robots. That's looking pretty good. Hang on, let's take a nap real quick. Hey, what up, Codex? Dragon Slayer 489. Okay, yeah, this looks like it's gonna turn out pretty good. Now that we have the slate, what is this called? I don't even remember. What is this? What is this block right here? Looking at basalt. Now that we have the basalt in, I don't know if I like the stairs in between the heads. I don't know. Oh, don't. Ha! It went through the tiniest gap! I went through the gap. No. Well, how do you curve so much? Just please land me. Thank you. Not quite what was intended, but like, I guess it works. Oh, I just can't place that, huh? Learning how to edit with DaVinci Resolve because I'm tired of giving Adobe money. Dude, I tried DaVinci Resolve just the other day for exactly that same reason. Like, literally, like, a week ago. Maybe less. Maybe 5 days ago. How many heads up do we want to go for this second section? Second section. 6? The thing that broke DaVinci Resolve for me is it can't import AVIs. And like, that's basically all, Jesus. All game capture software is like, just creates raw AVI files. And it was just like, and the community support on how to do it is just like, it was all like pushes up their glasses elitist of nobody uses AVIs. And they were like very, very holier than thou in their support of how to, Jesus, I need more ender pearls. Holier than thou in their support for AVI files. You record an MP4? What recording software do you use? XSplit? Oh. You get lossy files from that, don't you? How many are we up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One more. And isn't that another subscription-based thing? Aren't you giving money to XSplit? They assume that you're using Blackmagic camera with everything. Okay. So that's 6 up. We need to get the wrap on it. Paid $360 for the forever XSplit license. I mean, okay. OBS is free, just saying. Okay, so it'd be stare into block and then fence wrap. Okay. Stare into block into fence wrap. That's fine. We need to get the fence on the other side. Another thing I learned is YouTube changed compression, so anything under 1440p it destroys shadows. I don't think that's true. I think that you're probably running into limited RGB versus full RGB color spaces. Is it another solid block there? Is it really? Okay. No. No. Okay, I need to get more something. That looks pretty good, I think. There might be an argument that says after this second split, we go a little thinner. Like we bring it in. Yeah? It's possible my understanding of compression is not the best. You should look up what crushed blacks are and the difference between full and limited color spaces are. What you are describing is destroying shadows. So you're saying that like anything that's shadow, where it would be like a nuanced gray or a very nuanced darker color, is just black, right? Am I describing this? Where it's just black on black on black, and it's just, there's no color, there's no detail, it's just nothing. Shadows pixelate? Yeah, you should look up crushed blacks and limited versus RGB color spaces. It might not be exactly right, but I think it might get you a start. What did I need? I needed more walls. That's a pretty good landing. Okay, okay. See you later, Yolk. Have a good night, man. Let's see. So, I need to get back to here. It is technically wasteful to just pillar this straight up, but ooh lord, is it easier. This is such a dark, ominous soundtrack. It kind of fits, though, with what we're building. I worry that at this height, God, it does look really cool. I worry that at this height, so first things first is it's not going to be this well lit. We should try flower pots so we can see the darkness scale as it goes up. Are there like alternate things that we can do? Yeah, let's just can we get flower pots? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm not going to put lanterns in anymore. We're gonna get flower pots, and then we're gonna actually put flowers in them. So no lanterns anymore. So it would just be like gap, gap, gap. I want flower pots. Are those clay? Flower pot Minecraft, or is it wood? It's bug. Little gnat. That's brick, which is clay. Is there something else that I can use that doesn't generate light but has a relatively small head-like hitbox? Conduit? Isn't that a thing? Yeah, but no conduit. Not even enough for, yeah. Chorus flower? Can you just place a chorus flower down? No. Skeleton head farm? I mean, we need to build one of those eventually, but I just want a placeholder to test with right now. Bell? Would a bell kind of work? Kind of. And rods for candle variants too? Ooh, maybe. I have one conduit. Yeah, it's like flower pots or bust. I really don't want to use a bunch of flower pots and like a pretend design though. We'll just take out the whatchamacallit. Wait, why are you planning on using like actual candles? Like actual candles are in Minecraft right now. Yeah, I was thinking about using actual candles, but I don't know if it'll look good. I want this like the blueness of it. And again, pulling back up the reference material, candles might work a little bit better as far as the height is concerned in this image. However, I think that we're gonna have a problem getting this like blue atmospheric kind of dark feel. And I think that soul torches might do better. However, both are possibilities, and we can kind of wait until like the actual build to decide between the two. You can dye them, like the light is still orange, but the candles be dark? Interesting. Bro, spider, please? No? I shouldn't use arrows where I don't need to. My bow's durability is pretty low as is. Yeah, give or take. That should handle a lot of these. I think lanterns were a good idea as a placeholder, but they're destroying the lighting effect that we're going for. This is all mob proof all the way up. Mobs can't spawn on any of the stuff that we have put. think I got them all. Like that. Nice. Well, it's now too dark with the rain. There's too much, like, visual clutter. We could use a combination of soul torches and, like, blue candles or something like that, or dark colored candles. Black candles, maybe. Oh, I forgot about some lanterns on the right side. Is it just these 6? Okay, my goal is to get these 2 faces done before next nighttime, which is in like 10 minutes. To itch. What's up, Zach? And then again, imagine that we're adding some variance to this by adding in some like cracked, some like regular old chiseled stuff. We could... Yeah. How does that look if I step back to here? Anything I need to immediately change? Nothing that I need to immediately change, I think. How are we doing on stairs? Stairs were good. Polished blackstone were good. Okay, I think we're good to build up this side. So this is, yep, block, and then a stair, and then it'd be head, so then stair, and then we need to go up. So I just need to scaffold roughly in the middle here. What are your opinions on 1.18? The caves look absolutely wild. That's about as far as my opinions go. I think I heard that they're thinking about changing like mob spawning a little bit, that mobs can't spawn unless the light level is actually 0. That I feel a little bit iffy about. But I think the caves look wild. I do worry about a little bit of the Minecraft experience lost in caves that big. Hang on, I need to get around to the front. I want more scaffolding. Mob spawning in 0 light would help Bedrock significantly. How so? Do tell. Okay. Oh, I guess I don't need to worry about this side. I'm kind of dumb. Because I just keep going up until I hit the thing. Yeah. Yeah. No. And then it's another block up, right? mob spawning, even if it's a little dark, a mob can spawn. I find myself placing torches everywhere. You find yourself placing torches everywhere. Tell me about it. I mean, it's light level 7 or lower. Is there some difference between mob spawning in Bedrock versus Java? I can't imagine that there is, because lighting is going to be done the same way, right? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. This might be easier if I lose my Elytra. Because then I don't have to worry about, like, accidentally... I keep flying on accident. Okay. Scaffolding is one of the greatest blocks that's been added to Minecraft. Nobody can change my mind. Can't reach it. Greatest block. Cool. That's exactly where I wanted to be. I don't know how high, how tall that second set should be. Or the third set, rather. Yeah, that's something that we've talked about a lot on stream, Flamewheel, is maybe in the next hardcore world, doing a torchless world. Well, no, you would be able to make torches because you'd have to get, like, jack-o'-lanterns, and there are some things that just require torches in the crafting recipe. But instead of torch spamming the terrain like this in order to stop mobs from spawning, you'd have to probably jack-o'-lantern spam the terrain or slab the terrain. Now I want an Elytra because I want to land. Okay, it didn't work. Nah, you've got to have some way to light up caves, Zeuskull. What is the top of one of these like? It should basically mirror the bottom. Right? Probably. How many faces is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think I went up too far. I don't think it should be 7. I think it should be 6, 6, and then top. Because looking at the design looking at the reference, it's either 2, 5, 5 in the front picture. Here's the reference. 2, 5, 5. 2, 5, 5, or 6, 4, 6. Maybe we go like 6, 4, 6. That was an intentional fall. Don't count that. Okay, I need a bunch more stairs. Currently, I'm gonna test out what 266 looks like. Yeah, 266. I said I wanted to see what it looked like come daytime or come nighttime, so we'll pop these. Get a quick look. I think that looks pretty good, honest. And then, like, imagine that you're gonna just have to use your imagination, because I don't have any other way that's not lighting to, like, put something into each of those cubbies. But imagine there is color with this. It's not just gonna be gray on black, because no matter what, it'll be heads, which means that we are either getting creeper, skeleton, zombie, wither skeleton, which wither skeleton and skeleton are just gray and black, but creeper and zombie are gonna be green and green blue? No, just green. It's just light green and dark green. So, like, we'll have some color in this. We could also add candles, maybe a torch here and there, because again, looking at this, I saw some scaffolding. I want to rescue it. I think some lighting would make it look just a little bit better. Because again, pulling back the reference material, there are no, like, chandeliers. Hang on, let me frame this better. There are no chandeliers in the reference material. I mean, there are small hanging, what is it, a brazier? But there's no, like, grand lighting fixture. You know what I mean? But I think it might look interesting if we had the lighting done in such a way that it was very faintly illuminating the height of this. Because, like, Minecraft just doesn't do, like, skylight well, because it's just a beam of sunlight that's perfectly straight down that then radiates out perfectly. There's no, like, this conical effect that we can see. That just doesn't exist in Minecraft. You can't do that. So what I think is yeah, James, I think we could have some sort of, like, chandelier with a lot of chains, maybe soul lanterns, maybe regular lanterns, and we create, like, very spotted lighting up and down the length of this, and the lighting will also give it more depth. Which, let's see if we can brute force that out real quick. How do you make a soul lantern? Soul lantern Minecraft. There should be just nuggets. That's nuggets and a torch. Okay. Nugs and soul torch. Okay. Ooh, that was a bit more than I expected. Sure. I don't care if those despawn. What's the saw blade do? Oh, I can't add these back in. It's a stone cutter. Basically, you get to... It's another way of making slabs, stairs, and fences, or walls. For slabs and... Okay, so normally when you make slabs, you can only make them in intervals of 6 at a time. Same thing with walls, you can only make them in intervals of 6 at a time. And it's a 1-to-1 ratio. Or slabs are a 2-to-1 ratio, so 3 blocks equals 6 slabs. Fences are a 1-to-1 ratio, which is 6 blocks to 6 fences. But stairs are 3 to 4, or 6 to 4, which is a bad ratio. A stone cutter can go 1 to 2, which is the exact same as before, but with greater precision. Fences is 1 to 1, which is the same thing as 6 to 1, but with more precision. But stairs are now 1 to 1 instead of 6 to 4, which is a better ratio. So it is more efficient to craft stairs and a stone cutter, and it is more precision to craft slabs and walls in a stone cutter. So yeah. I don't really care about the slabs and walls because like we're crafting stuff in bulk. But getting more, it is more efficient to use a stone cutter to make your stairs, and that's a thing I do care about. Anyway, I wanted soul lanterns. How do you make chains? Are chains nuggets? Yeah, nugget bar. Okay. Stonecutters have been in the game since Village and Pillage update? Question mark. Yeah, about then, because it's the same update where they like updated how villagers worked. It was right around there. It could have been the update before Village and Pillage. I don't want it to be daylight yet. Damn it. Yeah, let's just say that we get like... No, go out. Out. That might be too close. But I think that the intent makes sense. And we're now not going to get to see... And like, this isn't going to be a floating lantern. This isn't a magical place. That's not what the intent is. So imagine a chain dangling from the ceiling, and there's like maybe intermittent chains all spread around that have just lanterns at different heights in order to create this effect. So imagine this chain running up and touching a ceiling, right? So in our reference piece, we are reimagining this slightly and say adding a dangling chain here, and then maybe a small one here, and then maybe one like over here, and then, you know, really low here, and then maybe a really short one, like just blap lantern, right? In order to, and then when we look up, we see like the light radiating downward. That means that we won't need the skylight in order to kind of get this effect. It is definitely a reimagination of this space, but and there is definitely something hanging from the. Excuse you, Enderman? There is definitely something hanging from the ceiling here. Definitely some sort of brazier, but it seems like there's only the one. Yeah. Yeah. So let's now, before next nighttime, I'd like to get the roof connection. So basically this part, but mirrored onto the top, and a handful of lanterns floating about. Can you just float a lantern, like truly float a lantern? No, it won't let me place it there. Okay, no, you cannot truly float a lantern. Build an ender? No. Enders are ridiculous, a waste of space and a waste of time. That's my unpopular opinion. How do we do this? So we cap off at the 6. We go. Okay, we'll figure it out when we're up there. Block. There's 32 blocks up. Okay, so we're kind of looking like maybe 50 blocks tall. Let's go down to 14. We might be a full stack up. Let's go down to 0. This is 62 blocks, starting here. Nice job on the pillar? Thanks! Is it... You were here when we first started this, right? And we just had that little stone brick one. And now look at what it's turned into. Yeah, okay, so it's not going to be 64 blocks tall. It'll probably be like mid-50s. Okay, so there's 1 face, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is the last face here. Hang on, I want to mark this and see how I'd feel about that being the top of the design. That feels way too short, honestly. Maybe it should go like 268, 2610. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
this is where we started, and this is where we're at. Now it's only 2 faces, right? We haven't done the back two. But this is just the proof of concept to see what it looks like, to see how it works, to see how it fills the space. Yeah, 6 at the top would feel bad. It's got to be higher. It's got to be either 6 or it's either got to be 8 or 10 at the top. 100%. Yeah, it definitely gives an idea. We don't need to 3D model it. We only need to get the front 2 faces. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that would have been the last. So this is 7. This is 8. So this would be 9. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is our 9th face. So this would be our 10th face here. Blah, blah. Okay, the 10 might look good. I'm looking at it, and like I feel like this is a pillar. Like I can walk up to it, I immediately know what it is, but then I get that moment, that just like the whom as it goes up, right? The inception noise, which is what we want. That's how I want this to feel whenever you look at it. And so now we're going to try to mirror what we did on the bottom to connect the pillar to the ground onto a hypothetical ceiling. Bwom. So then, is that just more stairs that emerge like this? I think. Yeah, more stairs that emerge like this. They come out to here. Here. This set is done, so we can pretty well destroy everything above this point, okay? I'll go clean those up later. Okay, and we'll add these in. That's a stair. Okay. Yeah. How do we need spooky nether music? It's come on a couple of times. How do we do the bottom? I can't tell, the fence is in the way. Whatever the hell music is happening right now is pretty spooky. Like, it's just like intermittent crackles and stuff. Okay. So how do we handle the corners? I just gotta go down and look. It just doesn't, it never connects with itself. It looks like... Okay. We're just at a Jimmy Buffett concert now. So it just never connects. It just makes a solid block there. Okay. And then it would have to come out again. Where are these towers going to be built? Inside of... Here, I'm going to actually pause Minecraft because I want the dark to be happening. That looks cool. I'm a fan of that. Anyway, pausing Minecraft, and I'll show you the reference material. So this is the pillar inspiration that we're currently looking at. We're looking at a thing that looks like this. This is a screenshot from Game of Thrones. It's a very cool place. I want to reimagine this. In Game of Thrones, this is a place where, like, some, like, assassins use, like, blood magic to cut off people's faces, and then they can put their faces on, and then they're, like, blood magic, they just become that person, right? I want to, that's a very dark thing. I want to reimagine that as like this really big, grand structure inside of Minecraft where I can put either player heads or mob heads in place of, you know, the faces, and create a supporter hall, a hall of many supporter faces, and either, like I said, either player heads or mob heads to fill these spaces. So this is one of our reference materials, and here's the exterior of the building. This is probably going to be like 200 blocks wide by like maybe 400 blocks deep. Because in order to get the intricacy in some of these pillars, so I look at this pillar, and like, if I wanted to build this pillar right here in Minecraft, then in order to get the recesses in it, I have to go block, recess, block, recess, block, recess, block, recess, block, right? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This pillar right here is 9 blocks wide. This one is 7. And then they're mirrored, so then you have 9, 18, 25, 32. So just these 4 pillars are 32 blocks wide. If you then extrapolate from those pillars and you start to look at how wide this building should be, you're easily getting like 150 blocks wide, maybe 200 blocks wide. If we then think that we have a building that is 200 blocks wide, we could easily fit this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 block wide pillar in it. It's like if you have an 11 block wide pillar and then you have, you know, like a 20 block gap and then another 11 block wide pillar. So if you go 20 blocks in from the wall, 11 pillar, you're at 31. 20 blocks again, you're at 51. 11 block pillar, you're at 62. 20 block pillar, or 20 block gap again, and you're now at 82 blocks wide. And so, I mean, the width of this is definitely fine for the inside of a building that we're expecting to be 150 to 200 blocks wide. And then the overall height of this, I guess I can't really choose height, because the height will be determined by the building and not the pillar. Still, I think it's a good idea to have this part kind of figured out. And I do like imagining that there are chains dangling from the ceiling in order to create lighting effects, which I think this is a perfect example. I think that small patch of light there does give it some depth.
This is something that I've always wanted to do in Minecraft, like way back when like Game of Thrones was still a good TV show. I wanted to try this, and I talked about it forever ago, and I just wanna realize it. Yeah, see, like, look at that. Look at the depth that those tiny bits of light give it. Here, I'll get the scaffolding out the way. Game of Thrones is still a good TV show. Fight me. Seasons 1 through 4 are pretty great. Season 5 and 6 are good. 7 and 8 are trash. The resolution of basically everything that we were interested in resolved terribly. Yeah. I'm trying to ignore the small bits of scaffolding there. So whenever we would go through this, and you know, you have like, again, we have to reimagine those reference pieces because it's Minecraft. We're not going to get smooth curves. We can't get like ray tracing. This is just basic Java Minecraft. And so we've got to have ways of creating lighting depth without ray tracing, without etc, etc, etc. And I think that imagine that these are chains that connect all the way up to the ceiling, and that there are just like these lights on them. And maybe we could like build some machinery up at the top in the ceiling that makes it look like these chains can be raised and lowered, and that's the non-magical way that like some sort of caretaker in this building would raise the chain up with the lantern attached to it, light the lantern, refill it, refuel it, whatever, and then lower it down off of that mechanism again. I mean, I disagree with that, Uskal. I mean, you ever have a relationship that in the relationship, it was a good relationship, but then the relationship ended in such a toxic way that, like, it left a bad taste in your mouth? I would say that's Game of Thrones. I think for the ceiling, it might come out again, because you lose that depth at such a height. Yeah, it definitely should come out again. Yeah. No, okay, it doesn't have to be like a romantic relationship. It could still just be a friendship. You ever have a friendship that like the friend douches you out at the end and you're just like, oh, okay. And then that puts a sour taste in your mouth, even trying to like remember the good parts of the friendship. Okay, we need to get up there and add a little bit of lighting depth. This is some of the weirdest Minecraft music I think I've ever heard. What is this from? How do I get down? One... Okay, I guess I can still reach. Thank you for bringing my block back to me, Mr. Zombie. I really do appreciate how kind and generous you're being. Look, he's just so insistent on bringing me my Blackstone block back. Look at that. I wish I wouldn't have put these two in such a perfect line with each other, but it's kind of okay, I get it. When its story concludes in a disastrous way, like Season 8 did, it doesn't let the previous seasons age well, because at the literal end of the day, it's the same. True. I can totally understand that it would ruin the whole thing for someone. It just didn't for me, so I can't agree with the notion. I mean, yeah. I mean, you can have that opinion. That's perfectly fine. We don't have to agree on everything. What a boring world that would be if we did. Enderman? You know what I just thought about? The next armor set in RuneScape, or excuse me, the next armor set in Minecraft should behave like armor sets in RuneScape. Armor in Minecraft is just getting more and more and more defensively lopsided. Netherite armor is overkill. I don't care what anybody says, it's overkill. Instead, what Netherite armor should have done is that it should have been the same thing as completing a set of armor from something like RuneScape or World of Warcraft, where you get a set bonus. If you wear the full set, so helmet, chest, legs, boots, you get some sort of, say, a strength bonus, which, you know, you could increase the strength of the player by 1 when you're wearing the full set. And that, I think, would have been interesting. They hired the dude that made the Aether mod. Yeah, I mean, true. But 1.18 got delayed. So, I don't know. What did I say? End of 2022 is when the Aether should be coming out. It is not looking good for that. But a set bonus would be cool. Why Does this look wrong? Oh, that's why, because it is. I think a potion of the defense benefits should kick in when... Well, I would say that it doesn't deserve having defensive... Netherite should be the same thing as, like, maybe better than iron, but worse than diamond, right? And that way you have this interesting choice in choosing between, do I want the full defensive capabilities of diamond, or do I want the offensive capabilities of netherite? And that's interesting. Rather than netherite just being the new best armor. That's boring. Looks like we get $100 coming my way. I think this looks pretty good so far. The top definitely just needs more. It just needs more weight. But I'd say that this is a pretty good idea for like what the height of everything should be like. I think the bottom looks pretty good. I think that the going up, I don't think it would look good if we went thinner at any point. I just don't. I think that the basalt adds a lot of really nice depth. Obviously, I think that we're going to need to do some alternating between, what is it? Cracked, polished blackstone bricks. What a mouthful. And regular. We could even just do like blackstone or chiseled blackstone at certain points too. Netherite blocks would be cool in this. How do you make a netherite block? Isn't it just ancient debris? Where did the rest of that stack go? I thought I had 3 stacks. Or was one of them like a partial stack and I just didn't notice? I didn't throw it on the ground, did I? No? Okay. I mean, gilded blackstone might be interesting, but I have a texture pack that kind of makes gilded blackstone probably not look great in a build like this. Oh yeah, like proper. Oh god. I don't think I have any just ingots lying around. How do you make it again? Jesus. How do you make another right ingot? Scrap plus gold. And then a block of netherite. Yeah, that's just way too much. I was banning, what was it that you were suggesting earlier? The new, not basalt, but deep slate? Because of how intensive it would be to collect in, like, large enough quantities. I am not going to entertain anything to do with netherite. Yeah, it needs more weight at the top, for sure. Is that achieved by giving it more height or spreading out further? A little bit of height helped, but I still think that it just needs more weight. And I think that that's going to be spreading out further. Okay, that did what it was supposed to. I mean, that's kind of getting there. The corner looks odd now. Why do you look so odd? It's just because it's staggered at like different depths, that's all. Oh, and I missed some stairs there. Let's try to get those added real quick. Nope. I ran into something? I sure did. Bit of fire resistance. I mean, a full set of netherite having either like the same or less protection than diamond, but giving a little bit of extra fire resistance would also be cool. It's very dark for me as well, don't worry. Yeah. Okay, let's go down. Did I get it though? Yeah, I think I got the relevant bits. You have an iron farm? Spawn. Spawn. It's nighttime. Spawn. Hang on. Give it a second. Yeah, I got an iron farm. It gives a little bit of iron. A little bit. Just a little bit. Anyway, how does that look? The just massive black at the top, I think looks bad now. It needs depth. Nice. Another one. It needs depth, which means that we should probably add some like basalt to it. Trying to plan everything to fit together. My entire base basically talks to itself. I have some screenshots lying around here of like, and this is a bit older, it's a bit antiquated now. Let me find it. It'll take 2 seconds. Boom, got it. Look at this. Desktop, yeah. This is even old, but everything in my base connects to everything else in my base. So it all fits together, it all works, it all communicates with each other. Yeah. But it's even more than this now. It's way more than this now. Wow. Currently, I am working on building a... Oh, I don't have any more... Oh, I have 11 basalt. I want to build a sort of like appreciation building, I think. I don't know what you would call it. Yeah, we're just gonna have to put more texture or depth in there. It's gonna be basalt. I just don't know how. I can worry about that whenever it's fully done. Wasn't there an updated version on the Discord a while back? That one that I just showed was version 3. To my knowledge, that is the most up-to-date version. Yeah, we're gonna have to interface with the roof better, 100%. But I'm not so worried about it because we don't actually know how tall this building or structure is going to be. So I think the next thing that we do, I think we drop off all the stuff in our inventory. Is this a right spot for chains? This one can go away. This is our very first attempt getting started, just practicing. Where are you putting this building? That's what we're gonna find out next. So we need a spot that's between 150 and 200 blocks wide. Or could be made to be 150 to 200 blocks wide without totally ruining the area that's around it. Yeah. Don't want mobs spawning. Oh, okay, sick. Take down the hill? I don't want to take down the hill. Yeah, let's take it down so we can look at... I mean, I could put it right here, but that feels too close. I think that the impressive part of the structure is to see it loom over all other landscape, to just totally dominate the space. And that's true of both of our structures. I think that is true of the... I think that's true of the base that we have right here. And I think that will be true. Oh god, get a sense of that scale. If that's what the actual height of a pillar is, then the building itself is going to come up to here. It will dominate the size of our base. Anyway, yeah. So we need a spot that doesn't compete with the space of what we're doing here, because I don't want them to like visually conflict with each other. This space I think is interesting because of like this screenshot, right? I think that the just destroying the landscape, like overwhelming the landscape that's near it, is the interesting spot. Or is the interesting thing, rather. So where do we put it in such a way that doesn't, like, detract from the base or how big the structure itself will be? Conceptually, we could put it here. We also want it to be kind of visible. We could put it here. This feels too close, though. We could put it here. This would destroy a lot of the stuff that's like all of the natural terrain. If we put it like waterfront and went from kind of like this corner to here, would we even have space? 220. I mean, no. I didn't even hit 100 blocks before I ran into this mountain. That would be... I don't want to have to, like, do a crazy amount of terrain reshaping. I want it to look like that's where a person built it. You know? Like a people built it. So we've got like a plain village over here. But now we're really far away from the base. Really far. We're not that far. We're one rocket away. But I want it to be visible enough that it's like it can be a conversation starter as well. Know what I mean? Like I want the front of it to be facing the base, but just off on the horizon. In the same way that, like, laying back to the base. In the same way that while we're in the base, we can just see the edge of the drowned farm, and we're like, oh, dude, what is that thing up in the sky? And you're just like, oh, casually, that's just my blank thing here. Drowned farm. That's just my Hall of Faces. And it's like, so where do we put a Hall of Faces? It's like we quickly run into the problem of Slime Farm here. There's another plains over this way. This plains has a lot of space. Is that too visually comparable to the base, though? Or excuse me, to the drowned farm? Like, if you were chilling, we're flying around the base, and like we see this, and we see just a structure here. Do those two compete with each other for visual space? They might. Because you have the big thing here, and then you would have the front of the thing just there. And like, I also still need to finish this. And overwhelmingly likely as we turn it into some sort of pillar. The space that we have here is really nice. It's roughly a cylinder. It is a donut shape. It's a very lopsided donut, admittedly, but it is a donut shape. I think it would be cool to make this like a tower of some type. And I think that would be another cool, like, mega project-esque thing. Some sort of super fast way of getting up into and out, down out of that thing. Yeah, it can't go back in that planes. It just can't. Because once we finish this project, whatever we end up doing with it, I think that it will take up the visual space that is left open currently. Yeah, so if we were standing here, and if you imagine that this is a pillar that goes all the way to the ground, you don't care about the big building that's behind it. You're much more interested, your eye is drawn to this. Which means that, like, I think that we might have a spot that we can put it over here. See, but this is just like, this would be such a project to clear all of this, like, hill and terrain out. Woo! I got like a mega jump. Yeah. To clear all this out, to get it down to, like, just above water height. So that way we then get the effect of this giant structure, this massive building, just emerging from the landscape, which I think is the feeling that I definitely get whenever I look at this. I feel, given this like forced perspective here, it feels bigger than the mountains or hills that are behind it. I know it's not, but it feels that way. I could try to put it here. I think this is our next best bet. Put the face of it roughly here-ish, spanning this. Level this all out. Let's see. How far wide would we be able to go here? Let's go to the river here and measure from that direction. So if we start at the building roughly here, and yes, I see what that is. Yes, I see these guys. We'd have to clear out a good chunk of this. Really? You're just gonna smack me and teleport away? That's how you're gonna do it? It's so hard to crit an Enderman. Anyway, this is negative We'll just call it negative 290. We'll call it negative 300 for easy math. Negative 300 for easy math. Ooh, Lord. This is... I mean, we could take it to 450, 500. There's not that much clearing that we'd have to do. I think that it interacting with this, like, river could be interesting. Maybe we could build that into it somehow. Well, let's go get a few stacks of blocks and try to figure out the rough spacing. And also sleep to make it daytime. Let's grab the blocks first and then sleep. That way we get more time in daylight. Oh, what do we want to build with? Something that's quick and easy to deconstruct. That we also have like stacks on stacks on stacks of. Something that could be insta-mined. Sand? I don't think we have enough sand. Gravel? Don't have enough gravel. Dirt? Do we have enough dirt? We're gonna lose track of the dirt, given... And we do have enough dirt, or we're gonna lose track... Okay, here we go. Another rack. That's a good one. We could have dug a lane. I just didn't. I'm not committed to that space yet, so I don't want to start any terraforming until I'm committed to the space. That was a terrible flight. Is this too close to our base? It might be. We want it to feel pretty, like, atmospheric. I'd say the front of it can go here. Yeah, something like that. That's the first corner of it. So whenever you would look at this... Here, let's actually do it this way. We're expecting it to be like... What is that? What is the pillar over there? 200 blocks? Or not 200 blocks, but like 100 blocks? No, it's like 64. So we can go just up a full stack here. The base is probably going to be like 20 blocks larger than that pillar. Be about that tall. Yeah, again, we're really roughly estimating here. So like, imagine with your mind, we're walking around the base, we're doing stuff, finishing projects, and just, that's way too close. Yeah, because that's a corner, and so just think about a wall just going like that. Just all the way out. Good God. Even if we took it out to like right here, that is way too close. That's gotta go back another like 20, 30 blocks at the minimum. I didn't really plan on how to get back up there. I think that's pretty clear. Second tried it. I wonder if you can do it like this. This is faster. Alright. Where to instead? Is it just further back? Until we hit that, like, really hard atmospheric thing? At this point, we could just restructure the river. And make it, like, since we've got to take down this little hill here. Let's give it a look. We could structure the river to, like, swerve off that way, maybe. Maybe connect here. It wouldn't be the worst to carve this out. Hey, Stu Beacon, and just you could probably do it in one shovel and one pick. I wonder what the likelihood of, like, mob spawners being over here is. Don't know. Definitely unlit caves. Let's see what this looks like from the base. We wanted it to be, what is it, like a stack and a half? We'll say we'll build up those. 64 plus 41 is 102 blocks. No, 106. Because you have the one block at the bottom as well. It's gonna be massive. Absolutely gigantic. Obligatory, that's what she said. How do I feel about it going above the clouds? The pillar doesn't hit the clouds. I wanted to peek at the clouds, I think. To touch them. This is too tall, I think. What is the height here? We are 63. What is the height there? $64. I mean, it is basically the same. Okay, we don't want it to touch the clouds. We want the like peak of this building to kiss the clouds, to just be ever so like just like 2 or 3 blocks under cloud height. I missed. Aww. Okay, well, I did it a different way. We'll count it. How much taller is this? Oh, that was literally it. Of course, there's no clouds nearby. I want to see... Okay. I want to see the bottom of the cloud while I'm still on it. I think this is like the absolute maximum. Yeah, no, not that. This is the absolute maximum that we could have this. There's a plane behind the mountain slime farm. No, I want it to be visible from the base to the point of like, I want it to be visually interesting. I don't want to just tuck it off in some part of the world and forget about it. I want it to be ever present, a thing that we view on the horizon and gain a sense of satisfaction from it every time we see it. So I don't want to just lose it in some like obscure part of the world. You know what I mean? Like the raid farm? Yeah, like the raid farm. And the same thing's going to be true of the witch farm as well. But just, those are a matter of consequence of the raid farm needs to be built next to an outpost. And the witch farm has to be built at a witch hut. So, like, they are just lost in the world. Whereas this is just a purely for fun project. And I think that to that end, it shouldn't get lost. I mean, yeah, this is much more what I envision. Because, like, you see how we're, like, losing the detail, losing the texture? But we still get, like, I'll have to re-terraform, like, this space here. And do some stuff. And maybe this is the edge of our base. We put a skirt on it, a little, like, interaction here. Then we terraform the space around our base. We make all of this look natural again. We curve it out. We fill it in, etc., etc. And then we have this mega structure here that's just behind trees and kissing the clouds as it is. I think that this looks really good. Again, imagine just a solid wall of again, I'll pull in the reference. And let me go to sleep real quick because it's too dark now. But just like, hang on, let me get it. Yeah, okay. Just like this. You just off in the distance, you see like this thing. I think that'll look really cool. Figuring out the width, I think I can figure out the width based on the number of pillars we'd like to have inside of it. Look at the screenshot I posted in general. Okay. Pulling up Discord. Discord and art, I assume. Okay. Yep, that's what I want it to feel like.
Oh no. Oh, this is art. But this is cool. I like this. Hang on. Where did you post your modded thing? Oh, okay. General chat. I got it. Looking. I mean, our scale is going to be gigantic. Just absolutely huge. I don't know. What block is this? Obviously, I'm not interested in the skull, nor am I interested in the, I don't know, mossy variant. Yeah, I like the chiseled in there. We could definitely use that because, again, pulling back up the... There are points where there are depth that I don't know if we're going to be able to add the correct depth to make it look good. In which case we can use something like the chiseled in order to create depth where Minecraft doesn't have the nuance for it. Does that make sense? So, like, I'm looking at maybe this top right here, and perhaps on the bottom as well. You could clearly have some stairs here to emulate, like, this foundation. But where the foundation then meets the rest of the brick, there should just be large patches of just perfectly smooth stone. And then you should have, like, this ring of texture, whether that's stairs, whether that's chiseled, whether it's walls, something like that. But I look at, like, this spot right here. You have a stair that leads in, but you can't have, like, 2 stairs of depth. That'll make it look weird. It'll make it look like it has feet. So I wonder if you could do something like adding in the chiseled in order to give it the depth needed to feel like it's still part of the foundation without adding depth. But yeah. And I see that you've got, like, the block of depth here as well, the solid blocks here, the stairs that lead in. Then it looks like you have a stair, block. Okay, so then it's 2 blocks of height in between. Yeah, there's a stair here, then a block, then a stair again, and that creates that gives you this, like, little crevasse on the inside. We might need that. We might use it. I think I'm gonna afford myself like 3 or 4 blocks of depth to create the walls, to just try to make sure that we get the depth that we need. I don't know if we're necessarily going to be able to emulate these, like, bands that rotate around the structure, just because, again, Minecraft doesn't have the nuance to depth. But I think what we can do is stuff like this, is reimagine those bands in Minecraft in the same way that we're reimagining these pillars. I think that we will have to reimagine the bands as well, and it will. I think this is a great, like, inspiration screenshot. I think that we can use something like this. This is great, though. I love this. Okay. User Bob, what's up? Even, like, black wool, black concrete powder could be useful. Yeah, true. I would be hesitant to use black wool because we don't want a fire hazard. I don't want to put all this work in, have it get struck by lightning, and then just be like, oh, it's gone forever. So what's our estimated width currently? Yeah, but lightning rods? Can lightning rods just prevent structures from catching on fire now? Okay, 294. And so we'll probably want to go, so 300, so we'll probably want like 400 some odd. Let's just go to 400 real fast. See what that kind of feels like. See you, Peter. This is a very rough estimate. This isn't final dimensions. Okay. I really hope that I'm in line. Lightning rods can let you tell lightning where to hit, but does it still create like fire, even if temporarily? I mean, I guess your point stands no matter what. Wool can be an accent block. I just would not want wool to be the entire structure. Hey, we did it. And again, imagine all of this area terraformed and smoothed and trees planted and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's pretty big. There's a part of me that wants to move back again, but in the like if we go back even a little bit, we're gonna run into the problem of it just not being visible, period. Yeah, see, look. It's just hella mobs. It's just not visible right now. There I can begin to see it here. I don't know if the compression in the stream lets you guys see it, but yeah, I can't even go F5. You can begin to see it basically here. Yeah, maybe you can see it, but yeah, if we go any further back than this, we're just not going to be able to see it. And yeah, it probably does need to be wider. Oh god, we're definitely running over that village. This looks nice though. We do have plains mostly behind us. We've got to take out this hill. But then everything else looks like it'll be mostly pretty easy. What are you doing? I am building we gotta come up with a good name for this to be able to communicate to people what it is. A supporter hall. I want a place, and this is something I've wanted for a long time. I want a place to put memorabilia, commemorations, something to say thank you in the world, in the Minecraft world, for the people that have supported the stream and myself. Something I've wanted to do for a long time. I was a big Game of Thrones fan back in the day. There was this building, it was the House of Black and White, or I think it was also called like the Hall of Many Faces, or at least there was a place inside of it that was the Hall of Many Faces. Basically, there were faces all along the walls, and I can show you my reference images, that the characters in the show would basically collect. That's all that really matters for the purposes of this story. They would collect, like, basically, just the faces of people, just, yeah. And that looked like this. So it was just pillars and a just long hallway of pillars, and then these little recesses where there were faces inside of. So I built that in Minecraft. I'll show you what that looks like. And this is kind of what we're thinking. Let me go make a daylight. Like a giant mausoleum? Yeah, kind of. Okay, so this is kind of what we've got. So look at this, and there's our reference. You can kind of feel the similarity there. And then imagine that each one of these like little cutouts has and we're trying to decide if we would put player faces inside of it or if we would try to get mob heads or something like that. But everywhere that each one of these little cutout grooves is a spot where we can then put a face for someone. Does that make sense? And so if you have supported the stream, either by like donating or becoming a subscriber, or I even want there to be you know how Twitch awards channel points? So even people, like there are 17 viewers right now, and there are like maybe 6 or 7 people chatting, right? Which means that we have 10 people lurking. I want those lurkers who are gathering points and still supporting the stream and still being here and hanging out to have an option of doing something, even if they're not like giving me money or subbing or blah 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 blah, right? So I would like this to just be anytime I feel like somebody has done something special or contributes or anything like that, I want to be able to just give them a spot in the Hall of Faces. I think this would be cool. I just found out I died. How did you let that happen? Yeah, a bunch of wolves died like a stream or two ago. Oh, and then the outside of the building is going to look like this. Yeah, just this big, really foreboding, looming, brutalistic architecture structure off on the horizon, just beyond the atmospheric fog. Yeah, kind of like a Hall of Fame. Yeah. And so just boom, out there on the horizon, just this monstrous structure. Yeah, I think that would be cool. And yeah, you did. It happened. We're down to like 3 dogs now. TLDR, somebody asked about the raid farm. I went and did it. I forgot to drink milk. I came back to the base. It spawned a raid. I pulled all of the dogs in, not because I was worried that I would be able to defeat the raid. I knew I'd have it, but the raiders were going around killing all the villagers, and so I lost my 3 blacksmiths. I lost the 3 dudes here. I lost the guy that had the really good pickaxe trade. Yeah, so I lost a lot of villagers. I lost a lot of dogs whenever I brought the raid back to the base. Yeah, our base is in shambles. It was unintentional, James, I swear. Okay. This is like $2.95, yeah, give or take. So let's go out to like this is 100 blocks basically. This is like 295 to 401 is 106 blocks. Let's go out to like 150, which would be 444. I should put myself in the Hall of Shame. We should have a Hall of Shame as well. We should make a basement underneath this like Hall of Fame, Hall of Faces sort of thing. And in this basement, in this like sewer area, we can have a small hall of shame. Where we put terrible, terrible people. I'm so sorry, James. I'm so sorry. Can you ever forgive me? So Castle nailed it. Yeah, 100% that's where Castle's going. Okay. This still doesn't look that bad. This is exactly 150 blocks now. This might be too big, now that we see the scale. We might have to reimagine some of the parts of it. Oh, you know what I should have done? Hang on. Castle. Excuse? We might have to reimagine it. It might not be like 1-to-1 scale. It might have to be a reimagined scale because I'm thinking about the pillars and the width of the pillars. If our blocks are if our walls are 4 blocks wide, that means out of this like 150 blocks that we have here, we have 142 blocks of usable space. We could pull the walls in more by like putting small rooms or like a balcony along the edge, along the outer edge or something like that. And then we could probably squeeze in like 20 blocks. So 4 blocks each side. Music got really loud. 4 blocks on each side, plus another like 10. So we could probably get like, say, 30 blocks subtracted. So that still gives you 120 blocks of interior space. 120 blocks of interior space when our pillars are 11 blocks wide. Does that make sense? I'll see you later, James. Have a good night, man. I'll try to respond to your Discord message. Remind me. Just send me another message that just says reminder. So anyway, this is 11 blocks wide. I think even the... So as long as Zombie Eyebrows is alive, it's all good. The Zombie Eyebrows is alive. At least last I checked, he was. He just chillin'. Hey, look at that. Anyway. This is 11 blocks wide. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's 11 blocks wide. When you include the base, it's 13 blocks wide. When you include like the texture around the base, it gets to 15, and then a little bit more texture takes you to 17 by 17. So if you think that each pillar is like 17 by 17, the center walking path of our base, the base itself is going to be built to evens because the door of the base is this like this door of black and white. The structure is the canonically it's called the House of Black and White. I am totally okay of just like ripping or using that as inspiration. So these doors are going to be like 20 feet tall, which is the equivalent of like what would that be in Minecraft blocks? It'd be basically 21 feet tall, which would be 7 blocks tall. It'd be 7 blocks tall, and they should be narrower. They should be taller than that, probably. Like 7 blocks tall. Where's roughly center? Like, we're just gonna land and guesstimate it. Yeah, give or take here. Yeah. Give or take. Yeah, give or take. Okay, whatever. So if we're 20 blocks tall, are we roughly centered? Shit, it's so hard to tell. We'll say right here, I believe, is center. Okay, so then we want a thing that's like 7 blocks tall. 5, 6, 7. Now, this needs to be built to evens. I mean, if this went down into the ground and came back up, how much can a flying machine handle? It's really just how big can a flying machine handle? I mean, each row. Yeah, it's a very tiny door for what the structure is. I mean, going back to the reference, the door is basically a fifth of the height. Oh, hello. Oh, is that freaking song again that has the chicken dying? I'm gonna go sleep. I don't want to get something like a creeper to blow me up in the back while I'm trying to figure this out. I don't know. All things considered, taking a step back, like, of course we're gonna level out this terrain and we're gonna smooth it out, and it's gonna like smooth out up to the entrance of this, right? But in the grand scheme of things, okay, we're definitely not centered. Centered is like 4 blocks to the right. But in the grand scheme of things, this does not look that small. 7. Well, the problem with just like arbitrarily choosing a number like 14 is I want this door, it has to be a door. It has to be functional. So like, again, we're gonna have to reimagine and work with what we can do. And I think that means limitations of pistons. So if we want it to be a flying machine, a piston can push like what, 13 blocks? And so if we think that, I'm gonna get some slime and honey. It's 12 blocks that a piston can handle, right? So how wide will the door be? And can you open it sideways instead of vertically? Conceptually, it's possible to open it sideways. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It depends on what animation we want. Do we want it to disappear into the... See, I don't actually know if this is all that bad. Yeah, it's actually easier to build plenty of scaffolding. Okay, yeah, roughly here. Yeah, wide might be better, honestly. Because then we could do a lot more. Let's see, so like if this was our overall structure, honestly, that doesn't look like a bad height for a door. Let's add one block onto either side. Do it again. There are huge doors that are basically rows of flying machines that tile. Cubfan made one that was 32 by 32. But what animation does it have? Does it open left, right? Or does it open moving up or moving down? I want to actually just get black and white blocks real quick. We use wool. How black is the black? The black's pretty black. But if we use black concrete doesn't look like black, it looks like void, which is different. It goes up, down. We could also use concrete powder and do stuff with like concrete powder is gonna have concrete powder is affected by gravity, which means that we could use this to we could use it. I'm trying to think of the words, bear with me. We could make the door out of powder and then just pull the floor out from under the powder, and then the powder instantly falls. But like, I also want the door opening to feel like a process. Like if you are the person that is being added to the Hall of Fame, the Hall of Faces, then I want it to feel like, oh bro, like we fly over here, this structure just like comes into view as we fly a little ways off into the distance. We land just in front of it and we look up and this structure just seems to reach until it kisses the clouds. We walk up to the front door, we push a button, we flip a lever, and then this sequence starts and like the thing opens up in front of you. You walk through a small hallway and then like the pillars of just faces on faces on faces stretching as far as the eye can see inside of this like monolithic mega structure. I think that's cool. And so the door, I think, is part of that experience. It should feel like go 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 as like each row or set of tiled pistons of flying machines all is just moving, just bum until the small hallway is finally revealed to you, and then like you see off into the distance just the atmospheric fog of how big this building is. You walk in through the doors that just like processed in front of you, and then you come into like the grand central chamber and it's just pillars of faces. Like that's what I want. I want it to invoke a feeling. That's what aesthetics are to me. They're feelings. With tiling, you worry more about render distance than push limit. Why is that, Eldon? If you fly off while it's in its process does it break? I wanted white and black blocks. How's it going, Eric? I don't know. Here, we'll grab some like diorite and like blackstone or something. Are you going to make the outside overgrown and weathered down? Maybe a little bit, but not so much so that that's like a characteristic. It should be beat up. It should be. It should be. This should feel like an old structure. It shouldn't be shiny. It shouldn't be new. It shouldn't be. It should feel ageless, eternal, but not like dilapidated or ruined. What's up with the Doofenshmirtz Tower? I'll show you in a moment. Let's go 3. So it's currently at this height. It is at this size. It is currently 6 by 7. I don't care. Let's try again. Did I hear myself? Did I hear myself do what? What is the problem that you're making, Goosekull? Okay. Well, now I finally get back up here and it's nighttime. I don't feel like that's an unreasonable size, given the context or the scale of it. So looking at this, again, you have a 4-foot tall person, maybe 5-foot tall person in front of the structure. You have the doors of black and white, which is this. You can see the outline of like the white door here. So you can see if this person is 4 foot tall, if we guess how tall she is, you could guess that these doors are probably like 12 feet tall, which is 3, 6, 9, 12, which is 4 blocks tall in Minecraft. Yeah. We want it to be bigger than that. If we then reimagine these doors as being, if we look at them against the overall height of the structure in our reimagining of the structure, so no longer trying to build 1-to-1, but instead of now trying to build as we imagine it to in the Minecraft world, it looks like these doors are maybe 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. If you stack the doors 5.5 times, it gets to the height of the structure. So if we had these doors and stack them 5 times, would we get to the height of the structure? I'd say, and it doesn't matter if it's literally 5, 5.5, 6 times. It matters if it looks like it. You're going to use Deep Slate with this build? It really complements Blackstone and Basalt. It's my new favorite dark block. I keep hearing that. People keep saying that. Deep Slate seems like it's going to be very hard to get in bulk for a project of this size. Maybe one day we'll come back and update it, but like as it stands right now, unlikely. The outside, my knee jerk is to make the outside out of sandstone, because again, like looking at the reference material, that's sandstone. Like that is it. Pick a block and make it that's sandstone, right? You then have the interior, the doors of black and white, and then once you're inside, we plan on building this as the inside, right? Anyway, let me get context for Eric real quick. So this tower, I'm gonna Enderman there. This tower is supposed to be the like Tower of Faces that we saw in one of those screenshots. So let me pull back up one of the references. There's this one. So if you look, you can kind of see what I'm going for. All of the little like holes or nodules, the little nubbins there, where you would be able to put a face, a head specifically. I mean, I'm looking at either doing mob heads or player heads, and just populating this thing with as many as possible, just over and over and over. And it's like, yeah, just filling it up with either mob heads that whoever donated or did the thing, they get to choose. I'll have a selection of blocks if this is the route that we go. You could either choose a wither head, a creeper head, a skeleton head, or a zombie head. Maybe you could even, depending on like the timing of this, you might even be able to choose like conduit. Maybe we could place conduit inside of it, because they're roughly the same size as player heads. And if we go, and that's the legitimate route, if we go the illegitimate route, then we just spawn in a player head dedicated to the player that supported us in whatever way. So we could just look up their character and they could give us their player head. Oh, hey, good night, Uskal. Have a good night. See you. You saying that because it's a bit slow to mine? It can't be instant mined, and I would have to go find new chunks. I don't want to go find new chunks prior to 1.18. So, yeah, that's those pillars, and this, as you called it, a Doofenshmirtz. Isn't that the bad guy in Phineas and Ferb? Is kind of what we're thinking about here. And then all of these little nubbins here will just be filled with the player head. Like where I just put that torch, each one of those would be just player head, player head, player head, mob head, player head, mob head, mob head, player head, on and on and on. I don't care about the torches. So like, the reference material that we've got has the doors, they just swing on a hinge, right? Minecraft, you can't do that. So we basically have to figure out what we think is an accurate representation or what will look good for the experience of entering into the Hall of Faces, Hall of Fame sort of thing. So if you imagine you're now a person like you're watching the stream and this is all done. It's the front of it's this building here, right? We see this, and you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna say add blah, blah, blah. Window capture. Here we go. Okay. Yeah. And then yeah. Well, crop it. And crop it. Okay. So now keep that building in mind. Oh, hey. Actually, I did this in the wrong scene. That's fine. Add window capture. Try again. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Crop it. Crop it. Move it down. Put it in the corner. Okay. So you have that building, right? We can see that building. Imagine that is what we are now. We are now that small person that's walking up to this. And this is all level and this is all smooth and it leads up to boom, this door. We are now standing in a small little sandstone courtyard, having walked up to this door. Okay. We want this door to now open before us. How does it open? How do you immediately imagine it opening? Also, I think that these two blocks, I think that might be done. I think that might just be the door. Do you imagine the whole thing opening up into the roof? Like, do you imagine all of these blocks just going cha-chung, 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 and opening like a portcullis? I don't think that'd look good. I don't think that's the feel of this building. It's not like a castle. It's more like a mausoleum. Do you imagine them moving downwards together? So, like, just disappearing into the floor, ka-chung, 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 and then, like, moving down? Or do you imagine them moving to the side? So, like, the black one goes to the left, the white one goes to the right, and they split open in front of... That's it! That's it! That's the one! They definitely split open. Why are we even talking about this? They definitely split apart. Half left, half right. Everyone would just agree with that. Excuse me, Enderman. They definitely split apart. 1,000,000%, right? So we could basically... That makes the scale of this much easier. It's so hard to jump crit Enderman. Yeah, that's very clearly something that goes, part of it goes left, part of it goes right. The black goes cha-cha-chung into the wall, three movements. The white goes chong chong chong. We might even intentionally slow it down, which I know might sound weird because, like, a lot of the door community, there's a lot of, like, really technical Minecrafters that are, like, really big into making cool doors. They're about how fast you can open the door. I think that, like, in a place that is big and foreboding and kind of intimidating like this, you want the door to feel heavy, to have weight, to have impact, to mean something. And I think that means slow, deliberate, powerful motions. And I think you can't really control that in Minecraft. But what I think you can do is you can make the sequence of this slow. Does that make sense? I'm thinking. Yeah, that makes sense. So then you would have something that looks... So the back of this door, in order to make this concept work, would look something like... Would look something like this. Yeah, I wanted those to come out. I needed them. It'd be something like this, and then you'd have, you know, basically a triple piston extension that just pulled. And like, hell, it might not even be this way. It might be a set of, instead of it being like, I bet it's possible. It depends on the size of the door, but I bet it's possible. If this is the size that we wanted, then you could absolutely do it this way. Hang on. This would, in this way, what I'm trying to demonstrate next is how much we could simplify this. If this is the size of the door, I did that wrong. You could do something like that, because this would only be 12 blocks. And so then you just triple retract that part, triple retract, triple retract, triple retract, triple retract, triple retract. We could probably go 1 block taller. Let's add 1 block onto the height. Let's go get some of our honey blocks back. That's pretty smooth, actually. If I do say so myself. I want those. I'm kind of okay keeping the flowers. I imagine at some point we'll probably have some obscure project for them. Yeah, this feels cool. And then just like cha-chum, and then like that's 1 opening, 1 crack, which exposes 2 blocks, and then cha-chum, and then it moves, it goes boom boom, and now that's open, and then cha-chum, and then now that's open, and then it goes cha-chum a 3rd and final time, and now you have your 6 wide door. How does this height feel? Those blocks are 12 already. We need to move the pistons too. I think it's possible, what I'm describing. I'm pretty sure it's possible. Yeah. Yeah. Nope, I can't reach. Yeah. And so then you would have just 8 flying machines that move some number of blocks backwards. Yeah, 8 flying machines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And they likely would need to move. Well, this is kind of a question here, Eldon. Because I was actually building to that. Bonus points if you can make the inside of the door look as good as the outside. So if you imagine that this retracted, and all it did was retract 3 blocks, what you would have exposed on the side was you'd see the black stone recessed in the wall, and this is what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we'd see the face of the black stone, so this inner part right here, but then we'd also see the pattern of honey, slime, right? No, that was right. Honey, slime, honey. And then it'd be double slime at the top. So if you wanted to avoid seeing that, like, call it the raw edge, if you wanted to avoid seeing the raw edge, then we'd have to retract 5. And not 3. With a 5-block retraction, oh god. Yeah, it gets real complicated. With a 5-block retraction, you should be able to have blocks emerge to cover up this raw edge. Because we wouldn't want to see this. Like it would be... Imagine that the netherrack is the aesthetic block. And, you know, here's the front of the design. Yeah. Actually, it would come out a little bit more than this. Maybe it wouldn't. Maybe it comes out, and then, like, here's the pillar, right? And then that's where the pillar starts. When it extends inward, you would have 1, 2, 3. So this would come out to here, right? And then that's now the door. Yeah, for 6 wide. And then with the 3-block retraction, you would see this. Which, that's a lot of out of palette color. You would need to pull it back 2 more blocks. Yeah, you'd have to pull it back 2 more blocks. And it doesn't really matter if it's slime, slime, honey, honey, or just slime, honey, slime, honey. It all kind of washes out to the same. It just depends on the type of flying machine that we use. So now the raw edge from the interior of our door is now out to this point, right? Because that's a 5-block retraction. The inside of it would have been 1, 2, 3, and then we would have had white, 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 and then we go, so this block needs to move to here. So then the inside of this would be, that's what that would be like. So we go from 1, 2, 3 to 1, 2, 3. It's a lot of movement. But then we should be able to have something happen where, like, this closes. Maybe a flying machine comes up, maybe a flying machine comes down and meets it in the middle. How tall is this? 8? We could have a thing like black concrete powder emerges from the floor. Yeah, black concrete powder emerges from the floor and hides the hole that this left. Or like the hole that this had to retract through in order to hide its raw edge. And we could probably make that system like double-sided, where it's very quickly to cover itself and very quickly to... Yeah, that's definitely what it's gonna be. 100%, I got it. Okay, so imagine that this is... Let me go get some... I'm gonna go get gravel, but we could all imagine that this gravel is gonna be black concrete powder. And the black concrete powder should match the palette, or maybe yellow concrete powder, because remember that the outside is probably going to be sandstone. Either way, it's kind of a wash. It'll all come out to the same. Yeah, that's good. Do I need anything else? Some food while I'm here. Yeah, good. Good otherwise. Okay. Okay, so if this retracted back to this point, what I think we do is... Okay, so it's 8 blocks tall. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is as tall as it is. So let's say we have a frame that happens like... Shit. Say we have a frame that happens right here, okay? And so then the door, whenever it's fully extended, would have black on this side, right? And it's just, this is it. It's a 3x6, no, it's a 3x8 thing. And then we'd have these mirrored, effectively, right? So there's our door. Okay. And then it retracts into the wall. Which would be perfectly fine considering this screenshot. It is this door is recessed in the wall. So we would have maybe 2 blocks of space here, and the same thing on this side as well. Now imagine, so now this has been pushed back, and our 3-block wall is here. So our 3x8 section is now here. So let's break this now. Okay, and it has retracted into this position. And this is all just a combination of slime and honey. So I'll spam this out just to give an indication that it is slime, honey, blah, blah, blah. And then we have this will need to be like obsidian here, something that doesn't stick to slime or honey, but this will be here. Like this. And it would also have a border. Okay. And then you would have like this. Okay, cool. So now our wall has fully retracted. We don't want to see... It'd be a little different, hang on. We don't want to see the hole that it just retracted into. We don't want to see the redstone. I think it would be more like this. And then this would be something, I don't know, non-sticky, but that can be moved. Which means that this is probably pistons or something. I don't know. So anyway, our wall has now retracted. We don't want to see this like gross edge on the inside. Okay, we don't want to see all of this. We want this to be perfectly hidden, out of the way, and maybe it doesn't even need to go back that far. So what do? We have a machine, and, you know, it's technically like every other set. It doesn't really matter. 1, 2. My size is off. This is only 7 blocks tall. Doesn't matter, though. The concept, it will hold true regardless. Nope, it bothers me. So we don't want to see this like raw area of the door where it just opened through. Yeah, we don't want to see this like raw area that it just opened through. Because we would see the yellow and green. So what I'm thinking is that we have a two-sided machine that would, this is 8 blocks tall, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8. And so whenever this thing is done, fully retracting, we pull these 2 blocks out here, which are some sort of at least this one is some sort of can't be stuck to, oh, this is why I made it short. It's fine. It would have to not be able to get stuck to Slimer Honey. So we pull these out, and then these gravel pillars come falling down, and boom, it instantly hides all the redstone that we didn't want to see, the raw edge. And this is some color that will match the outside here, so we just don't know it exists. And then when we want the system to open or close quickly, we do the same thing but in reverse. We drop 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we'd go one more block down. Maybe we go one more block down, maybe we don't. I don't know, actually. It doesn't really matter because you're going to be able to get the point regardless. So say we now want the door to close. So we need to quickly open this up, and that should be done so easily by just saying, we'll pull these 2 blocks out with pistons, and boom, all of that comes falling down, and within 1 or 2 seconds, this thing is ready to start extending and closing the door. Yeah, that's definitely what we do. That's going to be complicated, because now that you have this pillar of gravel in the floor, or whatever it is, gravel, concrete powder, etc., etc., you have to then get it up into the ceiling somehow to be ready for the next time that you would go to open the machine. Which is probably bubble elevators. I'm pretty sure bubble elevators can do that. It takes some pistons, some... I want to fly this way. There's a lot of creepers. Drop pillars of soul sand and collect them at the bottom before closing the door. I mean, yeah, basically. pillars of yellow concrete powder, maybe just sand to match the sandstone, maybe... I don't know if this part will be built out of something else, but I think that's the plan, is we retract the door completely into the wall and then drop gravel, drop some gravity affected block, whether that's concrete powder, whether that's sand, whatever, to cover up the raw edge, and then pull the floor out from underneath the gravel in order to then create the path for the door to reopen. I think that's pretty good. I think I'm good enough at redstone to do that. I'll have to brush up my flying machines, because that's a part that I'm pretty rusty on. How do we feel about the size of this door? 6 by 8. I think looking at the overall size of this thing, it's pretty good. I want to destroy this. I want to reset the world back to, like, neutral. I feel like the size is pretty good. My knee-jerk is, at least. Is it too wide? I don't know about the width. We should probably choose the center point where we want it to sit, and then just start growing outward until it feels natural. Does that make sense? I think that the correct way of building this is not to just say, oh, it's going to be 150 blocks wide and then force it. We choose where... I mean, this is the door. I think that this is the door. It's 6 by 8. I feel like if I were to... I'm looking down on it right now, but I feel like if I were to come walking up to this door and I had to, like, push a button right here and then this door opened, I would be very... And, like, again, thinking that this is just some part of, like, a mega structure, like what you can see in the lower left-hand corner, I think that would be very cool. Yeah. And so then I think that we scale out from this point. Should it be... I don't think it should really be wider, because again, looking rough, we're not going to build one-to-one scale, because I think that you just have to reinterpret stuff. But looking at the reference image here, you know, it looks like the door is maybe a bit wider than a regular door. Yeah, I bet that door's like 12 foot tall. Maybe not even, maybe like 10 foot tall. Yeah, 10 foot tall. So if we say that's 10 foot tall, I bet it's like 8 foot wide. Yeah, which looking at our person who is roughly 4.5 feet tall, I bet that holds true, 8 feet tall, which means that we are much larger than the scale that we're building at, because 8 feet wide would be 3 blocks wide, and 10 blocks tall would be like basically 4 blocks tall. But I don't think that's the scale that we want to build at. I think we want to build bigger. Yeah, and we just have to build bigger in order to afford some of the detail that we would like to see in the design. Like if we want the recessed areas on these pillars. Yeah. So what I think we do is I think we start out by building this little area here and then start scaling backwards. And so we then mirror it onto each side. So we say, okay, this is the position I want the door. And then I add like a pillar. And then the second pillar. And then I say, okay, how wide should this wall be? It's probably the length of 4 pillars. So I then would measure, like, if pillar 1 was like 5 blocks and pillar 2 was 9 blocks, well then I know that it's 14 blocks, and so then I would know that that section of wall should be 28 blocks. And while we don't have to literally build it at scale, like I said, it at least gives us a starting point in order to figure out what this thing should be built at. Yeah, so I agree with that, Castle. I think that this position is good. I don't think that we have a better option. Wow. So I do think that I can start clearing land. Can I please land on it? So I think that we build mirroring out from the door. I think that's the first thing that we do. And I do think that we clear the terrain as well. It's going to be a little bit weird clearing the terrain because, like, I'm going to have to terraform at the same time. Yeah, because the door feels small because it's in this, like, little crater area. But it's not that small of a door. Yeah. And then looking at the size of what this structure could be, it might need to be narrower. But again, I'm not going to force out the width or the depth of the design. I want to see what the natural confines of it are. And looking at the size of our pillar, we pretty much can guarantee fit a pillar in no matter what. Yeah, because like right now our scale has us guesstimating at least like 60 to 70 blocks wide. I think that's our bare minimum. If we were to just say like the pillars are 3 blocks wide, like here, making this bigger again. If we say that this pillar is 3 blocks wide, this pillar is 5 blocks wide, that's 8. The door we now know is 6. So 11, so from pillar to pillar is 22. And so if we say that we basically have 3 sets of that, because if you look at the width of this pillar, like the set of pillars from pillar to pillar, that looks roughly the same width as from pillar to edge. So if we say 22, 44, 66, so our minimum possible width, the smallest that we could ever build this at, is 66 blocks wide. Well, we know that our like internal support beam is 11 to 15 blocks wide, depending on where you measure from. Which means that no matter what, if you say 66 blocks wide, we say -8 to afford us room for wall depth. That gives us 58 blocks on the interior wide. And that is definitely enough to have 2 pillars side by side. If we can make it wider than 66, if we can say get it to 100, then we definitely have room for 4 pillars, 4 rows. If you fill the crater the door is in and move the door up to the new height, would that mess up the proportions too much? I really want... Well, we would have to terraform less if I did that, because it's just add a bunch of dirt instead of remove a bunch of dirt. but I don't want it to be so tall. I want it to be just under the clouds. I don't want it to clip the clouds. I think builds that clip the clouds look strange. And I think part of the charm of our base is that it's not clipping clouds. I think that that gives you a cool sense of scale in that it doesn't clip the clouds. So what I really want to do is make sure that this build, no matter what, is at that height. So I'm never going to... I need to sleep again. While the netherrack that we placed down isn't going to be the rough, is not meant to be used as scaffolding or is not meant to be used as a placeholder. It is just an idea to get like pen to paper and to get a sense of feeling of what we're doing. That height is our hard limit. That is true. We should treat that height like it's bedrock, because any taller than that, and I think, and we start to clip clouds, and I think we lose the sense of scale that we have with this. And so I think if we filled in the crater, it would pull the build too high, and then we would have this really squat building. And I don't want the building, like looking at it, the building is not supposed to look squat. Does that make sense? Excellent question, though. Excellent, though. Excellent thought. And it would definitely be a time saver. I'm thinking. So what is our guaranteed minimums? We said 66. That's good because it matches the odds that we decided. So that's just 33 blocks out in both directions. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh shit. 4. No shit. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3. This is our minimum possible dimensions. And so we should square this out. For sure. So we should definitely work on like leveling the terrain to there, terraforming to that point. So everything that's above that needs to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. I would have double checked that one. That one got really weird. I think I lost count in my head because it's gravel. Can you please update me? It's been a long time. What are you working on? Give me just a second. I'm in the middle of counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 33. So this is actually where we T-junction. So we need to terraform the terrain to look like natural grass walking path in this direction, and terraform the terrain to be just perfectly flat, so that way we could build a building on it in this direction. So this should be grass. This should be prepped for a building. Let's double check this side, and then I will answer your question, LG. Also, Momiji, hello, you're wonderful. It's nice to see you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 1, 2, 3. Cool. I'm breathtaking. Am I COVID? That was a bad joke. So that's 33 wide on both sides, which is our minimum possible at 66, which is what we are comfortable terraforming away because that always has to disappear. Okay, so what are we working on? I would like to build a Hall of Fame, I think is what they call them on like Twitch. A supporter hall, a memorial to dedicate to all of the people that have supported me and that have supported the stream and that have helped out. I am modeling it based on something I wanted to do a long time ago, so I'm kind of living like, I don't want to say a childhood dream, because this is just like 5 years ago that I had this idea, but I am kind of just like saying, hey, I want to do it, I'm going to get it done, I am putting pen to paper, I am making it happen. Something I wanted to do was build a Hall of Faces, a Hall of Fame, a memorial, a giant place to commemorate the people that have supported me and us, modeled after the Hall of Faces in Game of Thrones, which is what you can see in the lower left. This is a building in Game of Thrones, so 5 years ago now makes sense. And I think that it would be very cool to build that building, this like brutalistic architecture, this like just looming in the distance of our Minecraft world. Just this monolithic, this mega structure just chilling. And you can kind of see the outline that we're thinking that it might take up. If I make this smaller, you can kind of see that little box border thing. So it's gonna be big. Probably. And the interior of it, we want decorated like this, with the pillars like that, and then we'll put either mob heads, so we'll use charge creepers to blow up mobs. This will give us creeper heads, zombie heads, skeletal heads, or wither heads, and then we'll populate the inside of this like support beam pillar here with all of these mob heads. Each little cubby, each little nook will look like what you can see in the reference image on screen. And yeah, okay. So in this pillar, each one of these little cubbies will look like we'll put a mob head or a player head in it. Similar to the reference material, and each one of those mob heads will be dedicated to the person that supported us, that supported the stream. So a giant structure, and then the only thing that's going to be inside of it, and yet maybe there will be some small rooms. I don't know what the actual like structure will be like just yet, but it will just be a giant structure filled with these like beams, these pillars, on the inside. And those will just be full of faces dedicated to the people that have supported us. It will be big. You can see in this image here that it's supposed to feel massive. And I want it to like, I keep saying this, but I want it to kiss the clouds. So if you look right here, this is what I'm putting the hard limit of the structure at, which is just under the height of the clouds. So I want it to just be so close to the clouds, but not actually clipping in them, because I think that looks weird in Minecraft. So if we were to see this structure, oh, yeah, that's fine. You can see how it would look like it's just under the clouds. Maybe we need a little bit more distance, because I look at like this structure here, like our darkroom mob farm, and you can, it doesn't look like it's touching the clouds. This pretty much from every angle looks like it's touching the clouds. So maybe it needs to come down more, maybe not. If we look at the reference material again, let me pull this up. If we look at the reference material, there are these beams here that are higher than all the rest. So maybe our little netherrack limit can be where the tallest beams go, but not where the majority of the build's height is. You can see that there's some like height difference between this pillar and like the rest of the normal roof. So the netherrack limit that we have here, right here, can just be the height of those two pillars, like there and there, right? And then the rest of the height could be down like to this height. DrewTech, hey, have a good night, man. Thanks for hanging out. The cloud clipping is not too bad on the outside of the structure, but when you have clouds inside, it's a bit weird. Yeah, I mean, true. I want it to feel big. I want it to feel like I want to be able to recreate the screenshot. I want to be able to, in the future, you know, stand right here and be like, that's it. That's the thing. And stand here and it feels comparable. And then, like, we get to walk over, you know, there won't be any of these hills here. We get to walk over, then we're in like a little valley or a crater in front of it. And so then we have to walk up, and we walk up, and now we're on the doorstep in front of this door here. And we push some button or whatever, and the door does that sequence that we talked about earlier, where like, what up, dude? Are you one of mine? Or are you naturally spawned? I don't know. Anyway, the left side goes to the left, the right side, the black side goes to the left, the white side goes to the right, and then, ooh, you heard. The black side goes to the left, the white side goes to the right, and that reveals a tunnel for us to walk through. And then we walk through this tunnel. So we're now walking through the tunnel, and then say maybe 10 blocks in, it just opens up, and then we have this just giant room filled with just either a 2 by something number of pillars or a 4 by something number of pillars. And yeah, that's what I imagine. And I want it to feel like it's kissing the clouds. I just can't say that enough. I want it to feel like it's just right there under the sky. Like so tall. How dare man aspire to be God by building into the clouds, you know? I want it to feel like that. Yeah. It'll also give us, this project will include terraforming this hill to look like a natural hill again. It'll also likely include putting the skirt on the edge of this edge of the base, so that way we can then see what the terrain looks like as it extends out into the Hall of Faces. The Tower of Nimble. Yeah. It does look too wide. I totally admit that. It does look too wide. But I think that once we start to terraform and then start to work on the pillars as soon as, because it's mirrored, so it should be pretty easy. And we know we're building to odd, or excuse me, we're building we will build the outside an odd number of blocks wide, or excuse me, an even number of blocks wide, but an odd number of blocks long. We know that already. And the minimum width of this thing will be 66 blocks wide, which we have already scaled and scoped out. Thanks, bud. And then if we are going to be, sorry, I got attacked by an Enderman. So if it's 66 blocks wide, and then it should probably be like twice that deep, so that we know our minimum dimensions are going to be like 66 by 134, 132, 132. So we have a good idea what our first set of dimensions could possibly be. Let's put that right there. I kind of forgot that there's a ravine there. And that's what we'll start building at. We'll clear out the 66 by 132 into the back. We'll then terraform everything leading from this base up to the front of that thing to create like the flow that we want. We might even build a path to walk that's like a spooky path that feels like the same thing that this like Hall of Faces mausoleum will feel like. Yeah, so then we'll terraform this, we'll flatten that out, we'll build that, and we'll build it by building a couple of pieces and then mirroring it until we get our determined width. I think that's a pretty good plan, so I think next stream is going to be a hell of a lot of terraforming. But this is going to be the end of today's stream. Let me catch up. But I feel like the size of this is reminding me of Summit's enormous base in Inferno Mines. Hey, yeah, that would be cool. Are you gonna use mob heads for the faces inside? To be determined. Mob heads keeps our world 100% legitimate. But if we give ourselves access to commands, I currently don't have access to commands. We could use that to summon player heads, but that kind of might affect the legitimacy of this world, right? Because this is 100% vanilla, 100% legit, hardcore Minecraft. And so I've never died, I've never nothing. And I don't want the legitimacy of the world ruined because I spawned in player heads for the people that supported me. So, I don't know. It's a hard question, Kirk. Do we use mob heads to keep the world 100% legitimate? But I think that's kind of boring. Or do we use player heads, which are much more interesting, but might affect the legitimacy of the world? I don't know. But we've got a lot of time to think and plan for that, so I'm not worried about it, at least in the immediate future. Anyway, I'm going to end the stream. I'm off. I'm going to go get dinner. You guys have a wonderful night. Thank you for hanging out. Thanks for being here for me. Clawley supported the stream today. She's amazing. Shout out to Clawley. You're wonderful. I will be back same time, same place tomorrow night. Have a good evening, chat room.